Everyone, we would like you to please keep your phones on silent mode. The guests are about to arrive. We would like to request everyone to please keep your phones on silent mode. The guests are about to arrive. I think
Dr. Anil.
In the words of Mary Curie, nothing in life is to be feared. It is only to be understood. Now is the time to understand more so that we may fear less. A very good morning to our esteemed guest of honor, Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Srivastav. Our distinguished chief guest, Professor Dr. Kuldeep Kumar Sir from Bond University, Australia, Vice Chancellor of Shaheed Mahendra Karma University, Bastar, Chhattisgarh. Our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Bimal Krishna Banik from Prince Mohammed bin Fahad University, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Our Deputy Pro-Vice Chancellor, Wing Commander, Professor Dr. Anil Kumar Tiwari Sir, our Dean of Research, Professor Dr. Kamar Rahman Ma'am, our Dean of Academics, Professor Dr. Rajesh Kumar Tiwari Sir, our Head of Institute, Amity School of Applied Sciences, Professor Dr. Asita Kulshresht Ma'am, respected dignitaries, distinguished delegates, faculty members, and dear participants.
It is with immense pride and joy that we have gathered here today at Amity University, Lucknow campus, a premier institution renowned for its commitment to innovation, research, and nurturing future-ready professionals. We are hosted by the Amity School of Applied Sciences, the dynamic organizer of today's event, which is dedicated to fostering scientific temper and applying core scientific principles to solve real-world challenges. We have assembled here for the inaugural ceremony of the two-day international conference on recent developments in science and technology for achieving sustainable goals using statistical techniques. This conference stands as a testament to our collective commitment to bridging the gap between theoretical research and practical sustainable outcomes. Let this conference be a journey to understand the complexities of our world through science and statistics, so we may fearlessly build a sustainable future.
To formally commence this auspicious occasion, I would now like to call upon one of our conference conveners, Dr. Sangeeta Bajpai Ma'am, to deliver her opening remarks. Dr. Sangeeta Bajpai Ma'am, a faculty of chemistry at Amity School of Applied Sciences since 2007, brings over 20 years of teaching and 20 years of research experience. An MSc and PhD from Lucknow University, Ma'am has authored 58 research papers and books and chapters with renowned publishers like Elsevier and Springer. Ma'am.
Ladies and gentlemen, respected dignitaries, distinguished speakers, and my fellow colleagues, participants, and my dear students. It is with great pleasure and sense of honor that I, Dr. Sangeeta Bajpai, on behalf of Amity Fraternity, welcome you all to the International Conference on Recent Developments in Science and Technology for Achieving Sustainable Goals Using Statistical Techniques 2025. So today we have gathered here at a pivotal moment when rapid advancements in science and technology present novel opportunities to address global challenges and accelerate our journey towards sustainable development. This conference aims to serve as a vibrant platform for exchanging innovative ideas, sharing cutting edge research, and fostering collaborations that leverage statistical techniques to make meaningful impacts on our environment, economy, and society. So with an end note, I can say that together we will explore how data-driven approaches can inform decision-making, optimize resource utilization, and create sustainable solutions that benefit current and future generations. So we welcome you all again. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
In Indian tradition, the lighting of the lamp signifies the dispelling of darkness and the ushering in of knowledge, wisdom, and positivity. To mark the auspicious beginning of today's ceremony, I may now invite our esteemed dignitaries to kindly come forward and light the ceremonial lamp. Thank you for that divine beginning.
Guided by the timeless Indian value of Atithi Devo Bhava, we now proceed to felicitate our distinguished guests. May I now invite our Honorable Deputy Pro-Vice Chancellor, Wing Commander, Professor Dr. Anil Kumar Tiwari, sir, to felicitate our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Srivastav, sir. May I now request Professor Dr. Kamar Rahman, ma'am, to felicitate Professor Dr. Namrata Srivastav, ma'am, Professor and Head, Department of Statistics, St. John's College, Agra. May I now invite our Dean Academics, Professor Dr. Rajesh Kumar Tiwari, sir, to felicitate Professor Dr. V.K. Singh, Professor, Department of Community Medicine and Public Health, KGMU, Lucknow. May I now request Professor Dr. Asita Kulshresht, ma'am, to kindly felicitate Dr. Brijesh Kumar Srivastav, Chief Scientific Officer, R&D, CSIR, Innovation Complex, Mumbai.
Objective, then objective, then union. Union plus button.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to our dignitaries for the felicitations.
Next, I have the privilege of inviting our conference convener, Dr. Gunjan Singh Ma'am, to the stage to present an overview of the conference's key objectives and events. Ma'am is an assistant professor in the Department of Statistics at Amity University, Lucknow. She holds both her MSc and PhD from Banaras Hindu University and is a proud recipient of the prestigious Dr. C. Chandrasekharan Young Scientist Award. With over 15 years of research and 10 years of teaching experience, her expertise lies in mathematical demography, stochastic modeling, and biostatistics. She has contributed significantly to academia with 35 research publications, 2 books, and numerous invited talks at national and international forums. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Gunjan Singh Ma'am to share the conference overview.
A very good morning to one and all present here. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to this international conference on recent developments in science and technology for achieving sustainable goals using statistical techniques. This gathering brings together experts from diverse fields to explore how the latest advancement in science and technology, coupled with the power of statistical techniques, can be leveraged to accelerate the achievement of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Today, we are not merely participants in a conference, but stewards of a transformative journey, which science, technology, and data converge to shape a future that is both sustainable and resilient for generations to come. In this room, we have gathered a collective of brilliant minds, researchers, policymakers, industry leaders, and academia, all united by a singular purpose to explore how cutting edge technological innovations, scientific breakthroughs, and statistical methods can provide powerful solutions to our global sustainability challenges. In the spirit of this noble endeavor, let us remember the wisdom of ancient Indian thought, which has always emphasized the interconnectedness of life and the balance between nature and progress. As the Sanskrit shlok goes, Sarve bhavantu sukhina, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani dashtva, ma kashit dugma bhavet. May all be happy, may all be free from disease, may all see auspiciousness, and may no one suffer. This shloka reminds us of the universal interconnectedness of all beings, the importance of all beings, and the pursuit of a future where no one is left behind. Core values that resonate deeply with the objective of this conference. As we embark on this important conversation, the objective of our conference is to highlight recent technological innovations for sustainability, which includes innovations in data analytics, machine learning, artificial intelligence, and advanced statistical methods. To examine role of statistical techniques in sustainability, which includes how statistical tools such as predictive modeling, multivariate analysis, and big data analytics are being used to solve complex problems related to sustainable development, and to foster interdisciplinary collaboration for sustainable solutions to tackle sector-specific challenges using science and statistics. We will address the most pressing challenges in various sectors like food security, renewable energy, water management, and environmental sustainability also. To promote the adoption of data-driven policies for sustainability, this conference aims to provide valuable insight into how data-driven policies underpinned by robust statistical analysis can be designed to achieve sustainable goals, and to create a pathway for future research and development This conference also serves as a catalyst for future research and development in the realm of science, technology, and statistics for sustainability. By bringing together thought leaders and experts, we hope to ignite further research into innovative statistical methods and new technologies that will impel us towards a sustainable future. At its core, the conference aims to bridge the gap between recent scientific advancement, technological developments, and statistical methodologies to create actionable solutions that advance sustainable development across the globe. By working together, we can harness the power of science and data to build a more sustainable, resilient, and prosperous world for future generations. This conference is designed to foster comprehensive engagement and knowledge exchange, featuring a diverse array of sessions. We received an overwhelming responses from researchers and around 200 abstracts were received, out of which 130 abstracts accepted for presentations. 4 plenary sessions includes thought-provoking talks from distinguished speakers offering insight into the latest trends and challenging in science, technology, and sustainability. 8 offline sessions includes deep dive in-person discussion focused on sector-specific sustainability challenges and with practical solutions and strategies shared by the experts. 8 online sessions includes virtual discussions to ensure global accessibility, connecting experts and participants from all over the world to foster cross-border collaborations. One poster session includes an opportunity for researchers and students to showcase their innovative ideas and solutions in advancing sustainable development through science, technology, and statistical techniques. This carefully structured lineup ensured diverse participation with a balance of in-person, virtual, and interactive formats to encourage collaboration and learning across all areas of sustainable development. Thank you for your participation, and I look forward to the fruitful discussion and collaboration that will emerge over the coming days. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am, for that concise and informative overview. We shall now be honored with the welcome address from our head of institute, Amity School of Applied Sciences, Professor Dr. Asita Kulshresht, ma'am. Professor Dr. Asita Kulshresht, ma'am, is the professor and head of Amity School of Applied Sciences at Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow campus. With a PhD in physics from Aligarh Muslim University, she brings over 20 years of teaching experience and extensive research expertise. Her research interests include nanotechnology applications, radiation physics, material science, and photonic sensors. Ma'am has published numerous research papers in reputed national and international journals. Ma'am has supervised several research projects, guided PhD students, and has been actively involved in organizing national as well as international conferences. Ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. It's with immense pleasure and pride that I welcome all to this gathering of international conference on recent developments in science and technology for achieving sustainable goals using statistical techniques. This conference, the thought-provoking conference, as we know, it's amalgamating science, technology, and the tools of statistics. The science and technology are playing a transformative role in addressing global challenges and to give the sustainable goals, achieve the sustainable goals. We know that this is, in this endeavor, the statistical techniques serve as the backbone, providing the tools to analyze complex data
validate outcome, forecast trends, and ensure that scientific and technological interventions are both reliable and impactful. So on this occasion of this inaugural session for this international conference, I would like to uh, welcome our dignitaries. First of all, I'll extend a heartfelt welcome to our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Professor Dr. Anil Vashisht sir, whose visionary leadership continues to inspire us to achieve academic excellence. I'm really grateful to him for providing all support and constant inspiration for doing everything in a perfect and manner. Today, we all are privileged to have with us respected guest of honor, Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Srivastav, Sir, Vice Chancellor, Shaheed Mahendra Karma University, Bastar, Chhattisgarh, and he is known for his contribution for pioneering research in data-driven sustainability. He has been instrumental in implementing various schemes, various policies as a vice chancellors of the university at Bastar. I extend a warm welcome to you, sir. I would like to convey my gratitude for gracing us with your presence at Amity University here. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to welcome our respected Deputy Pro Vice Chancellor, Wing Commander Dr. Anil Kumar Tiwari sir, whose constant guidance and motivation gives us a strength to pursue research and interdisciplinary approach. And he's always motivating all of us to take the interdisciplinary approach so that we'll be able to provide solutions to our various problems around us. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us throughout. I welcome on this occasion our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Kuldeep Kumar from Bond University, the professor at Bond University. The keynote speaker for the inaugural session, Professor Dr. Bimal Krishna Banik, sir, from Prince Mohammed bin Fahad University, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I thank you, the guests, for their presence in the conference. I extend a warm welcome to our respected Dean Research, Amity University, Lucknow campus, Professor Dr. Kamar Rahman ma'am, who is a constant source of inspiration to all of us to take research seriously, and she always guides us to get sponsorship, how to promote research in Amity University, Lucknow campus. Thank you very much, ma'am, for being with us always, and for any of our event, any of our activities, she is always there for us. So thank you so much, ma'am, for being with us. I would like to welcome our Dean Academics, Professor Dr. Rajesh K. Tiwari, sir, who is a constant support to all of us in Amity University for all academic purpose and otherwise for any kind of guidance, anything. So thank you very much, sir, for being with us. I would also, it's a time to welcome all our esteemed guests, distinguished speakers from various fields, because it is, we are talking of interdisciplinary research, so we have been able to take help from all the fields of physics, chemistry, mathematics, and statistics to amalgamate statistics with other science subjects. So I welcome all esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, all our head of institutions and head of departments from Amity University, Lucknow campus, our faculty member from Amity School of Applied Sciences and other departments from the Amity University, Lucknow campus, all researchers, participants, and dear students who have gathered here to listen to the various expert talks where just to ignite their minds. Their presence is valuable to us so that whatever the deliberations will be there, the students will be able to receive some thoughts, some ideas where they can take the, find out the solutions for the problems which we are there in front of us. So on behalf of organizing committee and other faculty members, I extend a heartfelt welcome to each one of you present here and being part of this conference, this two-day conference. Thank you, everyone. I hope this conference will invite collaborations for interdisciplinary ideas that can truly make a difference and contribute to sustainable goals. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am, for your warm welcome and inspiring words.
It is now my pleasure to invite our Dean of Academics, Professor Dr. Rajesh Kumar Tiwari, sir, to address the gathering. Professor Dr. Rajesh Kumar Tiwari is Professor and Dean of Academics and Director of Amity Institute of Biotechnology, Amity University, Lucknow. I would like to invite sir to please address the gathering.
So very good morning to all of you. Honorable Deputy Pro Vice Chancellor, Wing Commander Dr. Anil Kumar sir. Dean Research Professor Dr. Kamar Rahman. Most Honorable Professor Manoj Kumar Shrivastava ji. Vice Chancellor Shahid Mahendra Karmai University Bastar, Chhattisgarh. Professor Namita Shrivastava, Professor St. John's College Agra. Professor VP Singh, Professor KGMU. Other dignitaries sitting over here, my faculty members and the students. It's an absolute honor and privilege to welcome you all in this 2 days international conference on recent development in science and technology for achieving sustainable goals using statistical techniques, being organized by Amity School of Applied Sciences. As evident from the title itself, the conference is relevant to all academicians sitting over here, all researcher, as well as the student. I have been seeing there are good number of students present over here. For them, this is a good opportunity to interact with the people, those who are sitting over here and those who are going to interact with you, because it's a good opportunity for you, because beyond the four wall of the university, if you want to meet them, you have to take an appointment. So better utilize this opportunity, interact with them, and construct your own knowledge. The objective of the conference is very well aligned with our university mission and the objectives, which says that each student should be given a platform to construct their own knowledge and understanding on the complex issues. With my understanding of statistics, because I have been working in this field for last 20 years, not in exactly in the statistics, but in the field of biotechnology, if I have to summarize this whole concept in 2 or 3 words, so I would say that statistics has the power to turn seemingly insignificant differences into the significant one. अगर मैं इसको सिंप्लीफाई करके बोलूं फॉर द स्टूडेंट्स, तो सामने दिख रहा है कि ये डिफरेंट नहीं है या डिफरेंट है, but statistics can give you a different picture. And you would understand if you attend all the sessions with full attention, then you will understand this concept as well, that how powerful is the technique and how it would be useful in your future endeavors. I congratulate the organizers to curate all the sessions in such a way that it maximizes the engagement of all labels from academician, researcher, and the students as well. I also encourage all the students and the participant to maximize your engagement in the sessions and learn new things. And at the same time, try to unlearn what you have already learned. That way you would be able to make yourself relevant to this world. Thank you very much. Wish you all the best.
I would like to add upon sir's introduction as well, that with over 26 years of teaching and research experience, sir has contributed extensively to biosciences and biotechnology, authored numerous publications, guided PhD scholars, and holds patents to his credits. Sir has also pursued international research programs in China and Israel and currently serves as an affiliate research professor at the University of Louisiana, USA. So thank you so much, sir, for your insightful perspective.
May I now request our Dean of Research, Professor Dr. Kamar Rahman, ma'am, to share her motivational thoughts with us. Ma'am is a distinguished professor and Dean of Research, Science and Technology at Amity University, Lucknow. Ma'am is also a visiting professor at Rostock University, Germany, research professor at the University of Louisiana, Lafayette, USA, and adjunct professor at Drexel University, Philadelphia, USA. Serving as the European Union's external advisor on nano safety, ma'am has over 40 years of research experience in nanotoxicology, pulmonary biochemistry, and genotoxicity. Thank you, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you very much. All the distinguished guests, respected staff members, dear students, I welcome you all. मैं आवाज आ रही है? अभी जब इल्म की रोशनी जला रहे थे तो हम हमेशा एक शेर पढ़ते हैं, तो हमें शेर याद आया, जला सको तो जलाओ तुम आरज़ू के चिराग, शहर की राह न देखो शहर मिले या न मिले। मगर today I will tell to my young colleagues that you must see शहर मिले और जरूर मिले। और कैसे मिलेगी? When you use these technologies in a sustainable way. For example, when we are talking about statistic technologies or statistics methods, we talk about artificial intelligence, we talk about TIO, we talk about green nanotechnology, but we should use it in a way that it should not harm other things. And I hope you will think. For example, I will give you an example. Artificial intelligence. Because of artificial intelligence, it's a very powerful technology. But you see how many people are jobless because of that. We have to see that. Things, TIO, you must think that you are not private. Everything is known somewhere. I was talking to a scientist in United States, and she said, I work very hard in the lab, and my husband wants that I should. She said, my husband wants that I should come straight from the lab to the home. At times I go somewhere, and my car, he detects and he finds out where am I. So it takes your privacy. So what I will say, that you use all these technologies, but use it in a safe way. And I'm very happy because international collaborations develop only when you do international meetings like this. And I hope you will do well and we will have a safe and healthy environment, which is very, very important because you see, we are losing that. The environment is becoming dirty. We are getting so many problems. That's what I talk these days. I'm not talking these days on asbestos, on which I worked a lot, on nanotechnology, but I talk on air pollution, climate change, which is the most important subject. And I will also tell you something. There are some people, they don't want we should talk about that. This time when I was in United States, and the director of National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences, he said, Dr. Rahman, please talk on nanotechnology. Because my president thinks that atmosphere and these things, air pollution is nothing, which is not correct. It's very sad people are thinking that. I wish you all good luck. Thank you very much.
Ma'am has also authored more than 130 publications and received international recognition, including the Vigyan Vibhushan Award and an honorary doctorate from Rostock University, Germany. Thank you so much, ma'am, for emphasizing the crucial role of research.
Now, we would like to call upon our Honorable Deputy Pro-Vice Chancellor, Wing Commander, Professor Dr. Anil Kumar Tiwari, sir, for his inaugural address. Sir, a retired Indian Air Officer, is a distinguished academic leader and researcher, currently serving as Deputy Pro-Vice Chancellor and Director of the Amity School of Engineering at Amity University, Lucknow campus. Sir brings a wealth of experience to his role. His research spans advanced control systems, neurofuzzy techniques, photonics, optoelectronic sensors, and cyber physical electrical systems. Over to you.
Our esteemed, most respected guest this morning, Honorable Vice Chancellor Manoj Kumar Srivastava ji, Dr. V.K. Singh ji, our own beloved Dr. Kamar Rahman ma'am, who's a source of inspiration and strength for all of us, Dr. Asita Kulshrestha ma'am, Dr. Gunjan, the coordinator, all my faculty colleagues, my close friend and esteemed academician, Dr. Rajesh Tiwari ji, all my young students, good morning and a warm welcome to this great conference, International Conference on Recent Development in Science and Technology for Achieving Sustainable Goals Using Statistical Techniques. Let me place on record my deep gratitude for all the distinguished guests who are over here. I think today, if you figure out the knowledge quotient of this great university's great auditorium, it must be one of the highest. So my big compliment to all the organizers. My indebtedness and gratitude to our honorable founder president, sir, a great visionary and a great Indian who thinks beyond boundaries. And he's propagating the world-class education, not only in 13 universities in India, but equal number of universities, campuses abroad. I think that's a true visionary. I also salute our Honorable Chancellor and Chairman, Amity University Lucknow campus, Dr. Aseem Chauhan ji, whose great vision has seen this university campus unfolding into a real center and beacon of excellence. My dear students, I know you're all from first year, am I right? So you are equally privileged to be here and hear to some of the best brains in this part of the country and abroad. This conference talks about recent development in science and technology. So when we put science and technology together, I know quite a large number of you are from the technology background, engineering background, but let me tell you, there is no divide between science and technology. You can bring synergy into the whole system, you can bring growth into the whole system only if you get married between science and technology, right? So unfortunately, we are made to think in compartments, watertight silos, which is not correct. It's all the same. So I'm very happy we have a conference, international conference, which talks about recent development in science and technology. And that's how you saw Dr. Gunjan Singh talking to you about machine learning, AI, and all that. And I'm very happy they've started
MSc in data science. So that's a great thing. Now, coming further, they're talking about achieving sustainable goals. You should remember, science and technology as academic achievement, as something achieved by the ivory tower of academicians, has got no value unless it is linked to societal application. And these sustainable goals, does anyone know what are sustainable goals, my young friends? Anyone? Any hands rising? Just raise your hand if you have heard of this term. Sustainable goals, sustainable development goal. They're called SDGs. Well, let me tell you, there are 17 SDGs which were taken over by United Nations in 2015. And these 17 SDGs, I will request you should by heart, because these sustainable goals are across the barrier of national boundaries. They are for the entire humanity. I also don't remember, but you should remember. Your memory is very sharp. But let me tell you a few of them. The most important thing for entire civilization on earth. First is no poverty. Second is remove hunger. Third is education. Fourth is gender equality. And there are very many more. So please remember, these are few things that science and technology must work for the humanity to evolve. My big compliments to all the organizers who have thought for such an apt topic. And let me tell you, it's our Indian heritage that we talk about science for the benefit of mankind. Ma'am recited a shloka, you remember? Sarve bhavantu sukhina. Let everybody be happy. Sarve santu niramaya. Let all be without diseases. Sarve bhadrani pashyantu. Means everybody should look handsome, beautiful. Ma kasyat dukh bhag bhavet. Means nobody should be sad in this world. So that's the great thinking. And let me tell you, Indian wisdom goes long before that. We had mathematicians like Bhaskaracharya, who talked about weighted average means. We have Brahmagupta, the great mathematician, who used this knowledge for the benefit of mankind. And now I'll talk about two great statisticians and mathematicians you should never, ever forget. If you talk of AI, if you talk of machine learning, never, ever forget the two great Indian mathematicians. We are so proud of them. One is Mahanal Boles. Am I right, ma'am? He's a great mathematician. He's an American-Indian mathematician born in Karnataka. And his disciple, his student, Dr. C.R. Rao, who was honored with equivalent of Nobel Prize in mathematics in 2023. So a big clap for great Indian minds. So when you talk about multivariate analysis, Mahalanobis distance is a very, very important thing. When you talk about hyperspectral spaces, you will get maximum from Indian mathematicians and statisticians. So that's our heritage, and my good wishes and blessings to each one of you. Blessings also from our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Anil Vashisht, who very much wanted to be here, but he has commitment. There are so many workshops and conferences going on. God bless you all. Have a great learning experience in this international conference. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your insightful perspective.
It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Srivastav, sir. Sir is currently serving as the Vice Chancellor of Shaheed Mahendra Karma University, Bastar, Chhattisgarh. With over 30 years of distinguished academic and research experience, he brings exceptional administrative expertise, having previously served as Dean of Faculty of Science, Chief Proctor, and Director at Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar University, Agra. Over to you, sir.
Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Anil Vashisht ji, the chief guest of the conference inaugural session, Professor Kuldeep Kumar ji, the keynote speaker, Professor Bimal Krishna Banik ji, Deputy Pro Vice Chancellor, Wing Commander, Dr. Anil Kumar Tiwari ji, the Dean Research, Professor Kumar Rahman ji, the Dean Academics and Director, Professor Rajesh Kumar Tiwari ji, Head of School of Applied Science, Professor Asita Kulshresht ji, the conveners, Dr. Sangeeta Bajpayee ji, Dr. Gunjan Singh ji, and eminent Professor V.K. Singh ji, and all other respected professors, distinguished guests, and galaxy of academicians who have joined this international conference online, and my dear students. I am deeply honored to be here today at this prestigious international conference. I sincerely thank Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Anil Kumar Vashisht ji, and my special gratitude to Professor Asita Kulshresht ji, who is head of the School of Applied Science, for inviting me to this international conference. The city of Lucknow is very close to my heart because I studied here at the Department of Statistics at Lucknow University in the discipline of statistics, and also I received mentorship from all professors from the same department. I express my deep respect and gratitude to all my teachers at Lucknow University. Over the years, the field of statistics has undergone a remarkable transformation. Traditionally, in classroom teaching as professors for last 30 years, we have been teaching probability theory, statistical inference, and all such regular core courses to our students. And also the applied statistical techniques like regression analysis, multivariate analysis, ANOVA, largely using structured data sets. But these methods have been the backbone of research, policy making, and evidence-based decision-making. But today, the world is very different. We are dealing with millions of data points, the images, sensor readings, streaming data from satellite, the hospital data, the market data, the social media data, the data that we get from internet, the data we get from the Amazon e-commerce platforms. The velocity, the volume, the variety today are something that we never had before. That is the difference. And surely the old techniques alone are not enough to deal with such information. This is where the artificial intelligence, the machine learning, deep learning, neural network, and big data analytics comes into picture and has been extensively used for last 2 decades. With this introduction of the old statistical techniques and new advances like introduction of the artificial intelligence and machine learning, these tools, we are now capable of extracting knowledge and information from enormous, complex, and real-time data sets. This is one aspect. The second aspect is that today we are standing at a world level at a very crucial juncture. While technology is rapidly advancing, but at the same time, we are facing a lot of global problems, like Madam was mentioning and Dean Research and academics have discussed. The climate change, the healthcare concerns, the crisis, the loss of biodiversity, the poverty and inequality. That is a big concern. And to address these issues, as the convener has already outlined, the United Nations has given 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which we call SDGs for short, and that are to be achieved by 2030. So achieving these goals, the power of science and technology is to be used with statistics playing a central role. And here comes the importance of the data-driven policy making and informed decision making. These are the key words which we are using these days. Your Dean Academics has mentioned two names. One was that of Professor C.R. Rao, the greatest statistician of our time. And he used to emphasize that while the data appear visible, but it often carries hidden structure or pattern, like interrelationships between variable and many other such informations. And that cannot be seen at the first glance. And therefore, today, the combination of statistical principles combined with the applications of artificial intelligence and machine learning, deep learning, and big data analytics allow us to uncover such kind of very meaningful hidden information very effectively when we apply the tools and techniques of science and technology for achieving sustainable development goals. That is what the conveners and Dean Academics and Research, they have outlined the same thing. And therefore, this is importantly the theme of today's international conference. I'm sure various sessions will deliberate on these issues through meaningful discourses. However, I will not go into the details, but I will refer few case studies which I have prepared for you and applications I am personally familiar with. One such case study and the application that relates to healthcare. Let me share with you a real life example. I'm working in a university as Vice Chancellor, serving the university as a Vice Chancellor of a university which is situated in the southern part of Chhattisgarh. And at All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Raipur, they, in collaboration with IIT Bhilai, the doctors and computer engineers, using AI and machine learning tools, model in emergency wards and cardiology ICU to save lives of typical heart attack patients. I'm talking about the emergency ward of All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Raipur, where the cases in the emergency ward, earlier a critical patient arrived, for example, with a heart attack, the hospital staff would register a patient with his or her Aadhaar card number, the basic details, collect information on the status of vital organs, record ECG readings, and other such relevant parameters. And after this, the doctor would carefully examine the patients and also the report before deciding the treatment to be given. And this entire process used to take 10 to 15 minutes. But in such cases, every minute is important. Because of the delay of the treatment and the decision taken by the doctor, the patient suffered with a lot of damage to the heart, and sometimes they lost their life. To address this problem, the IIT Bhilai team and the doctors at AIIMS Raipur, they decided to combine the statistical techniques with AI ML models, and they developed and trained a convolution neural network model for this. They called it AI Integrated Clinical Decision Support System that assess whether it is a case of STEMI, that means ST elevated myocardial infarction, among many other information to assess the condition of the patient and prescribes the treatment. Now, when a patient comes with what suspected heart attack, his ECC, oxygen level, and vital organ data are instantly fed into the AI model. And within few seconds, the system predicts the severity of the heart attack, whether it is a case of STEMI, or provide some decision support to the doctors. And this helps doctor to decide what next to be done. And this allows doctors to start an immediate treatment. Now imagine how many lives can now be saved when decisions are made not in minutes, but in few seconds. This is the power of combining statistics and artificial intelligence along with use of the science and technology for solving one problem where lots and lots of lives are being saved at different hospitals. And this initiative directly supports the United Nations Development Goal 3, good health and well-being. First, it reduces the mortality from such disease and emergency cases. And second, it ensures access to timely healthcare. We, as a university situated in southern part of Chhattisgarh, extended the same concept to Bastar region, where 76% population belong to tribal community. And we have signed an MOU with IIT Bhilai, and we started taking and making a database, health database of tribal population, where tribal population is nearly 76%. And the problem with that reason is the access to hospitals and healthcare facilities is extremely limited in that region. The healthcare is one of the most severe challenge that we face in that region. To improve this situation, our university, along with the professionals of IIT Bhilai, are now preparing a health database of the tribal population. And we are now planning, by making use of the parameters, health parameters and lifestyle and medical history, to plan a statistical and AI machine learning model and technique to predict the possible ailments of the individuals of tribal community or the community at large that might suffer with a disease in future. And we call this AI-assisted hybrid digital healthcare system. Using these predictions, we will be able to identify the cluster of villages where certain diseases are more likely to occur, or what different ailments require urgent attention. Because based on this medical findings and AI model, the medical department or the medical healthcare system of the state can send mobile medical teams with specialist doctors directly to those areas. And this approach will not only optimize resources, but also improve the overall healthcare status of the tribal population in Bastar. So I want to tell you that the quality of life in Bastar region and the health index is very low. This effort is aligned with the Sustainable Development Goal 3, good health and well-being, and also the Raksab is talking about the inequality, SDG 10, reduced inequality, because it focuses on delivering the healthcare to some of the most underserved and vulnerable community of India. I'll take the second case study that relates to industry and MSME and tribal livelihood. As Vice Chancellor, I directed the Department of Management at my university to take up a research and build a model based on the AI techniques and statistics for economic empowerment of artisans by connecting them directly to wider market and digital platforms using predictive analysis. And I'll tell you the background again. The population is 76% population. They are the tribal population. And the problem is that the artisans could receive only a fraction of the true value of their products. The rest, that is the major part of their earning, goes to middlemen or intermediary firms and agencies. So now the Department of Management has prepared a predictive analytic model, which they have considered one model from Amazon and Flipkart, which is an e-commerce model that they are using, and that is a predictive demand analytics model. Now with this model, the artisans can now forecast which product will be in demand, in what volumes, and in which market. They are using this model. It also allows the artisans to plan their product efficiently, avoiding overproduction or underproduction. It also helps inventory management for cooperatives or self-help groups. So therefore, using this forecasting model with AI techniques, the artisans can now foresee and project their demand in different time periods and in different markets. Similarly, they use the cluster analysis model for identifying the customer segments, such as the domestic buyers or buyers who live in urban area and they are very enthusiastic to buy tribal arts like bell metal artifacts and many such things. And they could also have identified the international buyers and the bulk purchase retailers. It also helped the artisans and self-help groups to set the competitive prices according to the purchasing power of each segment that they obtain by using the cluster analysis. And many such things they can now, with the help of the model, they can identify who the customers are, what they want, what they are willing to pay. So therefore, with the help of these statistical tools, the Department of Management has now empowered the artisans to integrate them with the digital platform and where they can directly connect to the customers through the digital platform and reduce their dependency on the middle persons. We have also trained the artisans with basic knowledge of pricing and digital sales and demand forecasting so that they can actively participate in the decision making. So that is how the market has now expanded for the artisans and they can now access to national and international market. This is the SDG contribution. This initiative had directly addresses SDG 8, which is decent work and economic growth, by creating a dignified and sustainable livelihood for tribal community. I'll discuss the third case study that relates to agriculture. The IIT Bhilai, along with the Indira Gandhi Agriculture University, Raipur, they have installed sensor in agricultural fields. These sensors continuously collect information on soil, moisture, weather, and crop health. Now, farmers on their mobile getting messages that irrigate your field tomorrow, or they get add this fertilizer next week. They're getting, the AI model is working behind it, and they're getting such informations on their mobile. Be prepared, an insect attack is likely in 10 days of time. They're getting these AI model predicted information on their mobile phones. Harvest at this date for the maximum yield. Is not fascinating? It is. A farmer sitting in a remote village gets real time scientific advice powered by artificial intelligence and ML models. This is the future of smart farming in India. I'm also interested that some deliberations must come forward, connecting recommendations that we advocate here, that is the use of machine learning, artificial intelligence, big data analysis, and all that, to achieve sustainable development goals with GDP growth and CAGR for Uttar Pradesh, for Chhattisgarh, and at a national level, especially in the context of planning for 2030, 2035, and 2047, Viksit Bharat. In other words, we want to discuss and show how the technical tools for which we advocate the predictive analysis and artificial intelligence and things like that are the key enablers for growth targets. For example, if you take the case of Uttar Pradesh, the present economy of Uttar Pradesh is 32 lakh crore. And your Honorable Chief Minister has declared that he would, or the state would, transform this economy to $1 trillion by 2030. That is what he has promised. And for that, if you calculate the CAGR, you must grow at the pace of 25% every year for next 5 years. Even after that, if you want to double it by 2035, it needs to grow, that is CAGR, it needs to grow by 20% annually. And for a larger horizon of Viksit Bharat, 2047, Uttar Pradesh must sustain a growth of nearly 14% every year. Similarly, if you look at Chhattisgarh, our state economy is 5 lakh crore at present. And our Chief Minister has declared this to increase to 10 lakh crore by 2030. And for that, the annual growth rate required is 15%. By 2047, if Chhattisgarh wants to convert it to 15 times, say 75 crores, then again, a required sustained growth required is 14 to 50% every year for 2 decades. Now, let us reflect on this. Can we achieve such ambitious targets with traditional methods alone? Absolutely no. We need to bring in new scientific tools and techniques like the ones we are discussing here. By using predictive analysis, the government and the industries can forecast demands and allocate resources in advance. The cluster analysis may identify the reasons or the sectors, the business sectors, service sector, industry sectors, and find a customer groups to be prioritized for maximum impact. For example, the artificial intelligence and machine learning tools can optimize the supply chain in the industry and also at the level of the government, prove productivity, that can improve productivity, and also reduce wastage of resources. Similarly, the big data analysis can ensure continuous monitoring, and evidence-based policy making. So therefore, whether it be Uttar Pradesh or Chhattisgarh or any state or the India at large, what is important is if we want to achieve the sustainable goals, and if we want to achieve our targets, the growth targets by 2030, 35, and 47, we must take growth based on data-driven techniques, the technology-enabled techniques, and it should be inclusive. So this is what important is, that you should adopt these techniques, keeping in mind what your objectives are for 2030, 35, and 2047. With these objectives, I think deliberations will be made in different sessions, and they will find out certain detailed report. And I request the organizers to submit these reports to different state governments also, so that they may plan their strategies accordingly. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you, sir, for your esteemed presence and valuable address.
Now we have our chief guest, Professor Dr. Kuldeep Kumar, to deliver his address to this esteemed gathering. Professor Dr. Kuldeep Kumar is professor at the Center for Data Analytics, Bond Business School, Bond University, Australia. Sir has earned his PhD in statistics, time series analysis from the University of Kent, UK, and has previously taught at IIM and the National University of Singapore. A chartered statistician and fellow of the Royal Statistical Society, his research focuses on time series modeling, financial fraud detection, bankruptcy prediction, and applications of machine learning in business and health. Sir has published over 100 research papers and guided numerous PhD and master's students. Sir, over to you.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, good. Honorable guest of honor, Dr. Manoj Kumar Srivastava, Deputy PVC Wing Commander, Dr. Anil Kumar, Dr. Kamur Rahman, Dr. Rajesh Tiwari, and the team, Dr. Sangeeta Bajpayee, Dr. Asita Kulsresht, and the whole team who has organized this wonderful conference. I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to be the chief guest. Unfortunately, I am unable to come to the conference personally, although I belong to Lucknow and I have few things common with your honorable guest, Dr. Manoj Kumar Srivastava. I did also my MSc and BSc and MSc statistics from the Lucknow University. I was born and brought up in Lucknow. So this was a wonderful opportunity for me to come, but unfortunately, because of certain unavoidable circumstances, I could not come to Lucknow. I profusely apologize for that one. Before we move forward, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to, especially to Dr. Gunjan Singh Jodhan for this incredible effort. And for actually, she used to contact me every week, almost every alternate day, just to make sure that I could manage to come. But unfortunately, I could not come over there. I am basically a statistician, and the good thing being a statistician is you can play in anyone's backyard. And actually, I have a few things common, as I told you, with Dr. Manoj Kumar. I work in the, I'm also from the Lucknow University. I did my master's degree from there. And then later on, I did my PhD from University of Kent. But currently, I am working in the area of the healthcare management, the fraud and corruption, bribery, cybercrime, and few other areas where actually the machine learning and artificial intelligence can play a pivotal role. Now, they say that in God we trust, others please bring the data. So if you want to prove any research hypothesis or you want to contribute in anything, you need the basic statistical tools to be there. Now, my application as far as the sustainable development goals is concerned is in the area of developing the hunger index, and also in the for the uh, female inequality, gender inequality, good health and well-being. I've supervised PhD in the area of breast cancer detection, Alzheimer detection, and also like in the dermatology and a few other areas. Maybe I'll prefer to go by the slide. Let me see if I can share a few slides with you. All right. Can you all see the slides? Maybe I can just go to the PowerPoint. Right. Can you all see? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I will suggest you you note down my email address. So this is important because if you want to collaborate anything, or you want to visit Australia, or as a student, you want to do some research collaboration, please contact me at this email address, and I'll be very happy to contribute with you. Now, as I told you that I'm basically a statistician, currently in the Bond University in Gold Coast, Australia, and you can see the beach line over there. Right now, I'm just very close to the sea over there. Now, I'm part of the Center for Data Analytics, and as Dr. Anil Kumar pointed out, that you have just started a course in the master's degree in data analytics. That's very good, because later on I will tell you how Professor C.R. Rao visualized that the future of statistics lies in the machine learning and AI, and also in the data analytics. So I'm part of the Center for the Data Analytics. Now, I'm also in the Bond Business School, so that is the having this one. Now, what is sustainable development? So according to the Wikipedia, the sustainable development is an organizing principle for meeting human development goals, while also sustaining the ability of natural systems to provide the natural resources and ecosystem services on which the economy and society depends. Now, sustainable development can be broadly defined as development which meets the need of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And 2030 agenda for the sustainable development adopted by the United Nations has 17 development goals, as pointed out by Dr. Anil and also Dr. Manoj. Now, these are the goals. So I like to put full. The first one is the poverty. The second one is the hunger. Actually, both are related to each other, and I'll come back to these two goals in a moment. The third is good health and well-being, where also I'm working in the area of food habits and how the Alzheimer detection and the other areas. Then I'll go to the quality education, which all of us academics, we strive for the quality education and NEP. Then I'll go to the gender equality. I have written a book on the female empowerment. So I'll give you a brief outline of that book. Clean water and sanitation. Now, while I'm talking about these things, you can think about what our Prime Minister Modi has done in these areas. Like the quality education, we have NEP, we have the Ayushman Bharat, and all those kind of things. Then we have got the affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry innovation, reduce inequalities, sustainable cities, and responsible consumption and protection, which Professor Manoj Kumar also pointed out, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace, justice, and strong institutions, where actually all this corruption, bribery, and all these things come, and partnership of the goals. So these are the 17 goals of the United Nations. Now, this is what actually it is not something sustainable. These sustainable development goals, although they were postulated in 2015 and we are supposed to achieve it by 2030, they are not new. You can see our Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, he said once, and I pointed out the sustainable development goals along with that. It is the science alone that can solve the problem of hunger, and poverty, of insanitation and illiteracy, which is SDG 4, of superstitions and deadline customs, of water resources running off waste, of a rich country inhabited by starving people who indeed could afford to ignore science today. Nehru recognized the science and industrial growth could drive the progress, but he also acknowledged that this need to be aligned with the nation's broader social and ethical goals. I won't go into details, but all the prime ministers did, and our current Prime Minister Modi, he is also working very hard to achieve these goals. And he has got the things like Ayushman Bharat Yojana, health and wellness. You people must be aware of all these things more than me. Global leadership and initiatives, green hydrogen missions. Modi has postulated India as a future leader in green hydrogen, and they plan to achieve this, produce 5 million metric tons of green hydrogen by 2030, significantly reduce carbon emissions, and also renewable energy and climate action. Under Modi's leadership, India's renewable energy capacity has been significantly growth. The country has already met its Paris Agreement commitments ahead of the schedule and continues to expand its renewable energy infrastructure. Modi's administration focuses on innovative approaches and sustainable practices to achieve net zero emission by 2070. And already this includes ambitious targets like achieving 500 gigawatt of non-fossil fuel energy capacity of 2030. So already a lot of work is being done in this area. Question is, what as a statistician we can contribute, or as a scientist we can contribute in this area? So as Professor Manoj Kumar has pointed out, three areas. Maybe I won't go into all the details because I work in the area of climate action, fitness, and all those things. I will just touch on the three things. One is the hunger and poverty, which is the SDG 1 and 2, how statistical techniques could be helpful there. The second is gender inequality, which is the female empowerment, SDG 5, and also good health and well-being, which is SDG 3, where I'm working for the last 20 years, and I've worked in the different areas over there. So my interest in the hunger and poverty started when I was once listening the speech by Nirmala Sitharaman in Parliament, and the opposition accused the current government that India is ranking 140 in the hunger index. I was very surprised because India is supplying food to 80 crore people, 5 kg of ration or everything like that. I mean, so much production. How can India be at the 140 place when actually the other countries like Pakistan and the other one, they are much ahead? So I thought I should look what the hunger index is, and virtually the hunger and poverty present to the global hunger, child malnutrition, food insecurity, and regional disparities. Now, I will go through these slides a bit quickly, but I will leave these slides with Gunjan, or you can send me an email. I can send back you these slides so you can have some idea about these things. Impact of conflict and climate change and progress and the setbacks. So these stats underscore the urgency of addressing hunger and food insecurity as part of the global development agenda outlined in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Now, what is happening, how the hunger index is, these two goals, hunger and poverty, are very closely related. To achieve these goals, thrust in improving agriculture and allied sectors, nutrition, and effective government of services are key factors. So we must ensure access by all people, safe, nutritious, and sufficient food for all year round, and the end of all forms of malnutrition. Now, the question was why India is ranked 140. So whenever we say hunger, the first thing which comes into our mind is lack of food. Hunger is characterized by reduced food intake with the physical sensation caused by lack of food. It is universal, but with different manifestations. Now, there is a strong desire or need for food, and the discomfort, weakness, or pain caused by the produce of lack of food. People suffering from hunger are constantly worried where and when to get the next food. And if we remain hungry for a long time, it leads to undernutrition or malnutrition or mortality. Now, if you look at the hunger index, how it is calculated, where actually India is ranking 140, global hunger index is defined of 4 factors. One is undernourishment. The second one is child wasting. The third one is child stunting. and the fourth one is child mortality. Now, the trouble is, the definition is given there. Undernourishment is the proportion of population that is undernourished, reflecting inadequate caloric intake. Child wasting, the proportion of children under the age of 5 who have low weight. Child stain, the proportion of children under the age of 5 who have height for the age, indicating chronic undernutrition. And child mortality is, of course, over there. But actually, if you look at these one, all these are basically overestimated or underestimated in the global scenario, if you look. So what we thought that instead of creating the hunger index using these 4 factors, we should calculate this hunger index by using the what we call food security assessment tool, availability of the food, access of the food, utilization, and stability over there. And these could be the questions which could be if we can answer, then virtually it shows that whether there is a hunger or that will actually correctly measure the hunger index. So whether the family are ate few meals per day on regular basis, obliged to eat non-preferred instead of preferred meal, sometimes food is stored in the house, ran out and no cash to buy, worry frequently about where the next meal would come, needed to purchase food frequently, uh, took food on credit from a local store, needed to borrow food from relative neighbor, needed to borrow food in order to meet social obligations, and member of the household who had to skip the meal due to the lack of food, be working adult or housewife or both or elderly person or children. So the question was, this is what is called, it's a FAST study. And we tried to collect the data. It's very difficult to collect the data, but we got it through a source called VDEM and for the different countries. And actually this paper is not published, but we used the principal component analysis, which is statistical tool, and we reduced the number of variables to 4 or 5 factors. And then based on these factors, we tried to develop an index, and the index is completely different from what the World Hunger Index is showing. So basically, that shows that the hunger index which is created where India is ranking 140 is not correct. And we need to do some collect data on these points and try to develop a new index, which actually shows that India is much, much ahead as compared to that one. So that was one thing. We tried to develop the hunger index. And based on that, we tried to justify and we tried to see how the hunger can be quantified as such. The second area where actually I work is the female empowerment. Actually, there's a book by us where all the 4 authors are male authors, A.K. Nigam, Professor Ravin Srivastav, Professor A.C. Kulsheshta, and myself. Professor Nigam is also from Lucknow University, and the others are not from there, but he is much, much senior to me. I think he did his master's in statistics in 1962 from Lucknow University from the statistics department. And I did in 1977, so I am much junior to him. So this one. So basically in this book, we tried to see, using the data and the statistical tools, we tried to see what are the problems which females face in India from very early childhood till the adolescent age, and what can be done using the statistical modeling and forecasting and those kind of things through which the problems can be solved. So we listed the problem and then we looked at the data and then we tried to give the solution to those problems. This book is available, but we can, if you contact me, I can send you a copy of that one. So as the title of the book, Female Empowerment Life Cycle Analysis suggests, it presents a situational analysis of various aspects of the female life cycle from childhood to old age. 7 inequalities toward women and girls as enumerated by Professor Amrita Sen: mortality, natality, basic facilities, special opportunities, professional access, property ownership, and the household from basis of this book. Females suffer discriminations since before birth till old age, is not in India, but also in many developing and even in the developed countries. Among the weaker section, the women and the children are worse sufferer as they are vulnerable both fiscally and financially. Now, discussion on female empowerment at different life cycle will center on disparities for the females using the data and the statistical tools emanating under the framework of mortality, natality, basic facility, spatial opportunity, professional ownership, and household. Now, what are the possible strategies based on our modeling to overcome these disparities are discussed. All this would be attempted for different age groups like childhood, including pre and postnatal period, adolescence, productive age group, and old age. Bearing some overlap, this will capture all important stages of life. All the chapters are supported by statistical data. They are different sources providing gender-wise information on crucial indicators. Central Statistical Organization, CSO, has been producing a series of reports under the name Women and Men in India, which provides a wide-ranging data on gender disparities relating to different aspects of the economy. I can't go through, actually, it will need a full day or maybe a few hours to go through all this, but we'll give you the gist. The book is unique in the sense that it tries to provide a life cycle analysis of female empowerment using statistical tools and the data. Most of the text relate to the Indian context, but explanation can be generalized for other developing countries. It is hoped and believed that this book will be helpful to the planners, social scientists, demographers, activists, government workers, and indeed women everywhere. It will also help to achieve sustainable development goals to gender inequality, which is goal 5, and reduce inequality, which is goal 10. Now, if you look at the early childhood, uh, if you look at the education and gender parity, there's an increase in primary enrollment, but challenges with secondary education. Usually the females don't go. Progress and gaps in achieving equal education opportunities for boys and girls, lack of toilets, which actually our Prime Minister Modi has solved a lot, this problem. Poor facilities in public schools and Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan, midday meal are some of the programs which are trying to help in this way. Health, nutrition, and protection. So that's also for the early childhood. Issues like malnutrition, gender-based dietary discrimination, high prevalence of child labor, especially among poor families, and there are certain protection programs, UNICEF and government effort to support child welfare. And finally, we have given the recommendations, improving access to the quality education, infrastructure, and gender inclusivity. Similarly, if you look at the adolescent, particularly girls, in terms of discrimination, limited opportunities, there are fiscal and social changes, puberty-related challenges, peer pressure, body image issues, sanitation and education could be another factor. Impact of poor facilities on girls' school, lack of toilet, leading to dropout among girls. Swachh Bharat Abhiyan is one of the areas where actually we are trying to do overcome this. Reproductive health focus on adolescent reproductive and sexual health, which is the ARSH program, essential for physical and mental well-being, National Rural Health Mission to provide reproduce health services and education, and of course the data on education, high dropout rates among adolescents due to the lack of the resources. So that is on the female index, but as I told you that I work in the some other areas, we have developed a fitness index based on machine learning and fact analysis. If anybody is interested, please email me. Risk factors and prevention, including role of junk food and alcohol in the development of the breast cancer, Alzheimer, and other neurological disorder. One of my students, Tahira Ahmed, has just finished her PhD in the area of effect of diet on the Alzheimer disease. Actually, that was one of the chapters, but that chapter is already published over there. So development of the risk factor for dementia, fatty liver, cardiovascular disease. Professor Manoj Kumar already pointed about how the statistical and the machine learning tools and AI could be helpful in the area of the cardiovascular disease or somebody in the heart attack. We have also done similar kind of work in the emergency. When we get a patient, we try to get all the vital parameters and we try to predict using the surveillance tools, not only the survival time, but how to do what should be the next step and what should be the next step and so on and so forth. Big data studies have helped glean insight into the characteristic of the patients with long COVID, and random forest algorithms have been used for predicting COVID-19 patients' outcome. Now, one of the good things is with the machine learning, which is I will say statistics is one of the basic thing. Machine learning maybe could be the advanced one, data analytics, or could be the combination of all that, including the artificial intelligence. So what we have done, one of the good things in the machine learning is you can look at the variable importance analysis. And actually, that could be helpful in all the 17 goals which we try to achieve by 2030. We can see which is the most important factor we should focus at to achieve that goal. What could be the next one? What could be the next one? What could be the next one? And there are various methods to do that, including lasso and the random forest and the stochastic gradient boosting, and some of the new techniques are coming up as such. So like, for example, in the dieting pattern between Alzheimer's disease, the main reason for developing Alzheimer's is still unknown. However, according to the number of epidemiological studies, inappropriate diets, specific food components, and modifiable vascular, metabolic, and lifestyle variables all contribute a vital role to the Alzheimer's disease development and other forms of cognitive impairment in old age. Now, we have collected data from the Australian Imaging, Biomarker, and Lifestyle flagship study. And also, there's another database called ADNI database, which is for the American. This one is for the Australian. So virtually, whenever you postulate a hypothesis, you have to support it with the statistical tools and the modeling. So the objective of the AVL study is to early detection of the Alzheimer's disease through lifestyle intervention. It aims to identify lifestyle factors such as diet and physical activity that may increase or decrease the risk of developing Alzheimer's disease. The ultimate goal of the AIVL study is to provide insights that can help prevent or delay the onset of the Alzheimer's disease, strategies, and improve diagnosis accuracy for these at risk. Now, this is all under Sustainable Development Goal 3, which could be lifestyle and the good health and well-being. So I won't go into detail, but you can see when we do this kind of analysis, we have to do all the cross-validation and I'm sure statistical people will know all this. And there are various tools which have come, including neural network, artificial neural network, decision trees, random forest, stochastic gradient boosting, and then we have got some new one, lasso, and all those kind of things based on that one. So you can see that we get a variable importance analysis. Now, what it shows, maybe you won't be able to see that the most crucial one, which are helpful, which actually contribute in developing the Alzheimer's disease, is the meat pie, hamburgers, ham, sausages, which actually in India we don't eat. And then we've got the pizza, white wine, and then few other come like the beef, capsicum. I'm not sure why capsicum has come, but capsicum is the positive side, cabbage, and the other one. So virtually you can get a very nice diagram. What are the variables which contribute or in terms of the importance towards it, and what are the variables which contribute in protecting you from this one. So actually this could be done for any one of the area. So now, as Professor Manoj, Wing Commander Dr. Anil pointed out about C.R. Rao, and also Dr. Manoj pointed out about Professor C.R. Rao, I'll just like to add this slide. Do you know Professor C.R. Rao survived till the age of 102? He wrote a book at the age of 98 with one of my friend's son, Professor V.K. Srivastava Shalab. In 1998, that book came, and he wrote a paper at the age of 100, when he was 100-year old. Now, this slide was taken when he gave a keynote talk in Sri Lanka Statistical Society. That was when he was 90-year-old, and it must be around, that was 2010 or 2011. He was basically a statistician, but he thought the future of statistics lies in these things. So he can see, he can visualize that the future of statistics lies in the machine learning, artificial intelligence, and decision tree, and those kind of things. The first thing was model-free analysis, which was given by Leo Bremen. There's a decision tree, bootstrap, neural network. I think most of the machine learning people, they use neural network, bagging and boosting, which is random forest and stochastic gradient boosting, biometrics, face and voice recognition, data acquisition, representation, storage and retrieval, bottom analysis, data mining, KDT, and machine learning. So you can see, he can visualize that this slide is actually taken from him. With his permission, I asked him, can I use your slides? Yeah, you can take it. You can take my whole lecture as such. So you can see the logo is from the Sri Lankan Statistical Association, and he visualized the role of the machine learning and AI in the future development of the statistics. Now, this is also a quote from him. Computers are becoming indispensable in knowledge discovery with their ability to process large amount of data gathered using natural phenomena or through experiments. There is a speculation that with rapidly increasing technology of gathering and processing data, computers can overcome the function of scientists in knowledge generation. However, I believe that is Professor C.R. Rao, not me, in what Albert Einstein said, computers are incredibly fast, accurate, and stupid. Human beings are incredibly slow, inaccurate, and brilliant. Together they can form, they are powerful beyond imagination. So virtually we have to use human beings, human brain, along with the machine learning, and together we can, do the wonders, or we can do all sorts of things which we are trying to achieve. So statistics and machine learning tools can be used for variable importances to achieve the sustainable development goals. However, it is essential that data analytics tools are correctly used, otherwise research analytics may not be valid. And one of the major issues can be dark data, because of which conclusions taken can be mistaken. It is important to take into consideration dark data while drawing any conclusion. This from David Hand. There's a very nice book on dark data, data you do not have. There might be data you thought you had, or hope to have, or wished you had. You might be aware that you do not have them, or you might be unaware. And actually, there are so many examples. How many people are below poverty line? It's very difficult to decide. How many people die of hunger or suicide? Is climate change real or cyclical? Some people say that this is the climate change is every 250 years or 300 years, the cycle changes. Because of that, it is happening. Some people say, no, there's real danger. Election outcome, if voting is compulsory, for example, in India, I think 65% people vote. What will happen if all the 100% people vote? Then what would be the change in the government? And all, there are so many studies over there where actually it could be useful. So while there is no single definition of data science, as you have started a new course in the Master of Data Science, it can be broadly thought of a scientific, computational, analytic method used to process and extract information from data. It is synonymous with data, machine learning, data pipeline. Data science brings together several fields, including math, statistics, and computer science. The ethical significance, that's also another problem of data science, and the implication for industries and the wider public is constantly evolving. As data science methods have become more common within the statistical and actuarial field, they are both opportunities and challenges for individuals working in the data science. So statistical models combined with the machine learning models have great potential in modeling and forecasting sustainable development goals. Whenever we want to do any uh, uh, achieve any goal or do any modeling or forecasting, we need the variables over there, and we can use the machine learning tools to find out the variable. Using the variable importance, we can find out the variables, and then we can forecast, and which could be the important thing or model decision. Limitations could be the quality of data, uncounted data, or dark data, and future research opportunities, as Professor Manoj Kumar pointed out, could be big data, synthetic data, dark data, thick data, which is a combination of the qualitative and quantitative data in achieving sustainable development goals. So virtually statistical models can play a vital role in achieving these sustainable development goals. I think this is a very cutting edge conference where actually we are trying to see how the statistical tools and scientific tools can be combined together to achieve these goals. Now, I won't take much time. If you have any question, I don't think there's a time for the question, but you can always send me the question at my email, which is kkumar@bond.edu.au. You can refer this always email, and I can send you all my papers. I have in the different areas like breast cancer and all those things. Thank you very much once again for inviting me for this conference. I'm really very sorry I could not be there physically. Although I very much wanted to be. Thank you, Gunjan, for once again for all your efforts and trying to put me as the chief guest. Thank you very much indeed.
Are there any doubts or questions? Okay. Thank you, sir, for your impactful and thought-provoking speech. We shall now be privileged to hear the keynote address that will set the intellectual tone for our conference. I invite Professor Dr. Bimal Krishna Banik to the stage. Professor is a fellow of the Royal Society of Chemistry and senior professor at Prince Mohammed bin Fahad University, Saudi Arabia. He earned his PhD from Jadavpur University, pursued postdoctoral research in the USA, and has served as President's Endowed Professor at the University of Texas Pan American. With hundreds of publications, patents, and books to his credit, his research spans organic synthesis, medicinal chemistry, green chemistry, and drug discovery. Professor Banik has mentored more than 450 students, 20 postdoctoral fellows, and 7 PhD scientists, with many going on to Harvard, Stanford, MIT, Yale, and other leading universities. His pioneering research spans anti-cancer and antibacterial drug development, green chemistry, catalysis, and natural products, leading to over 280 publications, patents, and book chapters with nearly 6,000 citations. Sir has received over $7.25 million in research grants, delivered more than 200 invited lectures worldwide, and chaired numerous international conferences. Professor Banik has been deeply involved in editorial leadership, serving on the boards of over 30 journals and founding several international journals. Professor Banik has presided and chaired 20 symposiums at the American Chemical Society national meetings and over 24 conferences at the national and international level, including one at the Nobel Prize celebration in Germany. Professor Banik has ranked within the top 2% researchers of the world and has received the Indian Chemical Society's Lifetime Achievement Award in 2018, Mahatma Gandhi Pravasi Honor Medal from the UK Parliament. Sir, over to you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Sangeeta, can you start my slide?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can I start, Sangeeta?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for your kind introduction and also your invitation. Next one, please.
Sir, there is a technical glitch. Just a second, and sir, then you can continue.
Here, this one. Today we'll discuss something regarding essential medication. Only 10 medication that changed the world. During my investigation on diverse medicine, including cancer, infection, fertility, and different kinds of disease, I became interested to find out the most important crucial medications in the world that change the healthcare. Essential medicine worldwide, life-saving therapeutics. Next. The medicines have some special features. All molecules or many drug candidates are not medicine. They may be good, but they are not medicine. Something we need to find out more about medication. We'll discuss this slowly. Next. For drug, clinically active medication has some features that should have therapeutic effects in human population, safety profile, consistent reproducible outcome, availability, cost-effective, and foundation. This should demonstrate therapeutic efficacy through clinical trial. Solve the health challenges. Next. Here, what we see, some medication we have decided to present today. They are active against heart disease, diabetes, pain, and infection. I do not like to discuss everything in one shot. So we have selected a few medication which are very crucial for human. Next. Most important clinically active medication, according to United States report, following their report and doing my own investigation, I found 10 most active medicine in the world are these. Analgesic medication, very common medication, very simple medication, aspirin. Metformin, diabetic medication. Warfarin, anticoagulant. Morphine for pain. Insulin for glucose regulation. Next. Statin for cholesterol lowering agents. Antibiotics for diverse infection. Beta blockers for heart attack. ACE inhibitors for hypertension and also for heart. Corticosteroid for asthma and immunosuppressive agents. Next. First of all, the 10 medication I mentioned, they have diverse effects. So they don't follow the same mechanism because diverse disease, diverse medicine, diverse the course of mechanism. Aspirin, the simplest medication, but widely accepted for many reasons. Aspirin is enzyme inhibitors. Particularly, it is COX enzyme inhibitors. Aspirin is used against prostaglandin synthesis. It has anti-inflammation action, anti-platelet function. Aspirin is very simple molecule, but it has diverse applications. Next. The clinical application of aspirin is used as primary prevention and secondary prevention. Most of us, we know that aspirin has analgesic effects, but aspirin has other effects For example, very recently, not many years ago, scientists found the aspirin can prevent heart problems, cardiovascular effects. Aspirin has cardiovascular effects and many other effects against heart attacks, strokes, arthritis, and severe pain also. Next. Aspirin, 100 billion tablets of aspirin consumed annually. 190 countries used aspirin as anti-pain agent or also cardiovascular agents. It can reduce the stroke in human. Many of the function of aspirin is known, but many people do not even know that aspirin has many other diverse effects. Only thing we know, many people use aspirin to reduce the fever. Next. Metformin, very well-known medicine, very promising medication, and it is against diabetes. Metformin can control diabetes very effectively. Sometimes some medication name I am showing here, this medication may not have the same name in India or many other countries. I am giving the name based on the science. Metformin is anti-diabetic agents. It follows some rules and regulations. It enhances glucose uptake. In diabetes, glucose level goes up and metformin takes that glucose. It reduces glycogen and break down glucose release. So by doing a number of items, metformin, a very well-known medication for diabetes, is helpful. Next. Metformin can reduce the death to 85%, very high number. Metformin, although very active medication, but it does not create hyperglycemia. That's the most important part. It controls the sugar level, but it does not decrease sugar level and generates hyperglycemia. It has some other medication, other medicinal benefits, anti-aging, polycystic ovary syndrome management. Polycystic ovary syndrome is a very critical disease. It affects many women after 45. And well-known medication for polycystic ovary syndrome is not known. Metformin can also help for this kind of disease or this kind of problem, not only against diabetes. It has number of clinical application, and that can reduce 85% of death in the world. So you can see the effects of metformin. Next. Metformin, 200 million people use metformin in the world, 190 countries. Annual market, $4 billion. So you can see the impact of metformin. Why I have chosen metformin within the top 10 medication in the world? It is because of activity, market price, use, and medication which can save our life. Next. Warfarin, another medication. It helps human diversely. Again, it acts against vitamin K, prevents vitamin K recycling, Vitamin K is responsible for blood coagulation. So warfarin helps to maintain the density of our blood. Without blood flow, human will die. Warfarin helps to maintain the blood density and consequently vitamin K. Next. Warfarin here, the mechanism how warfarin acts against the disease is shown here, but unfortunately, because of time, I cannot discuss this crucial mechanism. Rather like to go for the next. Next. Warfarin has many strengths. It has long clinical experience. It can help against stroke. It can help coagulation. It is cost effective. It has weakness to after disease, after taking warfarin, this window, it doesn't last for many days. And sometimes this medication can interact with food. It can also give bleeding, although there is no other alternative. Still, warfarin, therefore, is considered as the top medication in the world. Next. Morphine, the painkiller. Without morphine, no surgery is possible in the world. Not a single surgery, even the simplest surgery requires morphine. Morphine helps to stop neurotransmitter, open potassium channel in blood level, close calcium channel. Potassium and calcium channel are responsible for blood flow. It stops pain. Therefore, surgery is possible. Next. Morphine can help also in terminal disease when patients have no choice rather to die. At that time, a few days, human can live because of morphine. The terminal disease case, morphine is helpful. Surgery, pain, trauma management. 200 years ago, morphine was discovered, but still it remains as one of the top medication in the world. Next. Morphine global impact is well known. And synthesis of morphine started many years ago also. 2 Nobel Prize winners debated who prepared morphine first, X or Y, A or B. Lot of debate was going on at that time, but ultimately we know who has synthesized morphine for the first time. Next. Insulin for diabetes. If we do not have insulin, we will not be able to control diabetes. Insulin helps glucose uptake, enhance glycogen synthesis in liver, stops glucose production. If we do not have insulin, glucose level in blood will go up, and eventually human will die. So insulin helps to control glucose in human blood. It has mechanism. Those are very complex. For example, insulin helps to bind with tyrosine kinase. To know only one particular subject, it takes forever. Insulin promotes lipogenesis, lipolysis inhibition. glycosylase enhancement. These are very complex terms, very, very complex. I'm not going to discuss those here. Next. Insulin is used against diabetes, type 1 and type 2. Two types of diabetes are possible. Both of them, they are not same, they are completely different. Insulin can help diabetes 1 and diabetes 2, though their mechanism is different. Next. Insulin discovery helps chronic condition. Most important part, 800 million people have diabetes. Insulin, the discovery, 100 years of innovation. Without insulin, controlling diabetes is impossible. Therefore, insulin helps human significantly. Next. The statin, the cholesterol, it helps to control cholesterol in blood, statin medicine. Next. Statin application reduces cardiovascular disease. If cholesterol is high, heart gets blocked and eventually they die. But a statin helps, reduces cholesterol in human blood. It has many other prevention, stroke. It can help against stroke also. So statin medication have diverse clinical applications. Therefore, this was chosen within the top medications in the world. And this has been done exclusively my own choice, knowing and applying my own research work that I have done in my life. Next. Statin global impact is very high. Because of time limitation, I'm not going to discuss this. Next. Antibiotics, all of us know about antibiotics, even small children to people very old, disease, partial disease, complete disease, have infection. And antibiotics like amoxicillin, Zithromax, penicillin, clindamycin come within top 10 medication in the world. Without antibiotics, life is impossible. And out of all these antibiotics, most important antibiotics are beta-lactam antibiotics. And if you search my research work on beta-lactam, you will find thousands citation and more than 200 publications, and it resulted in several $1 million grant. If you can check, you like to check, you can check. But I'm not going to discuss this in detail. Next. Antibiotics has many clinical application. It has infection. It is active against infection. It is different kinds of infection. Antibiotics work. So infection can occur any time, any moment. And apart from beta-lactam, another group of antibiotics is very useful. It is called vancomycin. Vancomycin antibiotics and some heterocycles like quinoline are very good antibiotics. It has come within top 10 medication in the world. Next. Antibiotics, the global impact of antibiotics is well known. The current challenge, however, very often human patient gets antimicrobial resistance. This is going on in the world. The resistance created by antibiotics because of overuse. So we must solve this as soon as possible. Next. Beta blocker is extremely important. It helps heart. Without beta blocker, human could die because of heart failure, hypertension. Hypertension creates problem that affects the heart, and the beta blocker medication helps cardiovascular disease and many other disease. Therefore, beta blockers are chosen as the top medication in the world. It has a lot of clinical application. For each clinical application, people have to spend the whole life. Forget about 20 applications. Next. Beta blockers helps heart failure. Already we said that. Particularly, it helps cardiovascular problem and hypertension. Next. ACE inhibitors. These are also helpful against heart disease. It has many other factors. It can reduce the constriction in the human chest. A constriction comes from heart blockage. It can come from excess cholesterol, many other problems, but these ACE inhibitors can help those block. That's why it is this kind of molecules, drug candidates and drugs come within top medication in the world. Next. 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 The global market, global impact of ACE inhibitors is shown here. So I am going to go to the next one. Please, next. Steroid. We know about steroid. The most beautiful part of steroid, we know that it can control asthma, the breathing problem. That's the way cortisone came in the market. Cortisone, prednisone, without this medication, human will die because of breathing problem, because of asthma. So corticosteroid medication helps human significantly and maintain regular life. Next. Corticosteroids have many other applications. Some of the applications, apart from respiratory problem, are shown here. You can see the corticosteroids are very good for different types of disease. Corticosteroids have other application which is not documented here. Corticosteroid helps steroid type of molecule. Corticosteroid type of molecule, but they are not corticosteroid, help to control birth control, and also helps or doesn't help, helps or doesn't help to control, to maintain the pregnancy. I am not going to discuss those kind of things here. Next. Corticosteroid, the global impact is very high. You can see essential medication, but lot of application and most important application, the corticosteroid. That's the way it was developed first. can decrease asthma. That's the way it was first discovered. Next. These 10 medications, top 10 medication, have diverse effect, and they act on human cell, disease organ differently. The mechanism, how this medicine act against disease is very complicated. And each area scientists can contribute and using their whole talent, but the subject is very complicated. It takes life and life to know only one group of medication. Next. Here also, analysis, what I have said, some of them are active against cardiovascular, some metabolic, some pain, some infection, some inflammation. So we have 10 medications, wide range of application and solid application, mean this disease, the notorious disease, the worst disease can be under control through these essential medicine. Next. Medication, a molecule can be treated as medicine if the molecule is safe. If the molecule is not safe, that cannot be considered as medication. And this safety profile, some safety profile they have to maintain in United States. Despite the progress of the world, United States still remains the #1 country in the world in controlling the medication and in all discovery. No doubt in it. Somebody has doubt, I can challenge. And you can see the accessibility of this medication is also very high because maybe the name is different, but the ultimate function remains the same. Next. Drug resistance challenge is very high now because of use, lot of use. Now the cell can undergo resistance, mean despite the use of medication or application of medication, sometimes difficult to challenge those particular organ. And this resistance has become a crisis. And it is a severe crisis, particularly for antibiotics. Next. And here, sometimes some people, whatever we get in USA, Europe, we don't get in Asian countries because of economic background, supply, and
Banik, sir.
educational
Sir.
gaps.
So sorry
Next.
to intervene.
Yes.
Sir, can you hear me? Yes, sir. So we are
Yes.
totally enjoying your valuable insights, but in the interest of time, may I gently request you to please conclude your thoughts?
Yeah, I am almost done. Okay, I think I can stop here because I thought the keynote lecture is for 45 minutes, and that's the way I prepared it. And now I know it is for 25 minutes. I'm sorry because I had no idea about it. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak here. I like to thank Dr. Sangeeta Bajpai, Dr. Gunjan Singh, and Pooja Srivastav for their participation with me and for their invitation to me. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I had the wrong impression because I thought the keynote lecture is for longer period, not for 25 minutes. So I prepared it for 45 minutes. Thank you. I was trying to overcome this. Thank you very much. If you have any question, you can ask me. I'll be glad to give you the answer.
Any questions from anyone?
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
We now proceed to the release of the Souvenir cum Abstract book. This volume encapsulates the essence of the conference, featuring insightful articles and abstracts of the research to be presented. We respectfully invite Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Srivastav, our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Namita Srivastav, ma'am, Wing Commander, Professor Dr. Anil Kumar Tiwari, sir. Sir is not here with us. Professor Dr. Kamar Rahman, ma'am. Our Head of Institute, Professor Dr. Asita Kursresht, ma'am. VK Singh, sir. Brijesh, sir. And the conveners of the conference.
Thank you. With this.
Thank you, esteemed dignitaries.
As we conclude this inaugural ceremony, I would like to request our conference convener, Dr. Pooja Srivastav, ma'am, to propose the vote of thanks. Dr. Pooja Srivastav is an assistant professor at Amity University since 2016. She holds a PhD in physics from IIT Kanpur and has held research positions at HRI Allahabad, KIST South Korea, and ISC Bangalore. She has published over 20 research papers in reputed national and international journals. Over to you, ma'am.
Gratitude is not only the greatest of virtues, but the parent of all others. With this thought, I extend my heartfelt thankfulness to all who have made this inaugural session of our conference a memorable success. Good evening, ladies and afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my proud privilege and pleasant duty to extend the vote of thanks At the conclusion of this enlightening inaugural session of the conference, at the very outset, I wish to place on record our deep gratitude to our Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok Kumar Chauhan, a true visionary leader whose ideals of excellence and innovation continue to inspire us in every academic endeavors. We also thank our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, a dynamic leader whose commitment toward excellence motivate us. Our heartful thanks goes to our Honorable Honorable Chairman, Dr. Asim Chauhan, whose wisdom and commitment to the cause of education have been a guiding light for all of us. We thank to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Ma'am, Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, Ma'am, whose encouragement strengthens our initiatives. Though they could not be present with us physically today, their blessings and support have been with us in spirit throughout. We are especially thankful to our respected Professor Vice Chancellor, Dr. Anil Vasisht sir, whose tireless pursuit of academic distinction and encouragement to both faculty and students are invaluable in this institution. We express our gratitude to our Deputy Pro Vice Chancellor, Wing Commander, Dr. Anil Kumar Tiwari sir, for his enthusiasm, constant motivation, and passion for research. We also thank the Dean of Research, Professor Dr. Kamar Rahman, ma'am, and Dean of Academics, Professor Dr. Rajesh Kumar Tiwari, sir, for their academic stewardship and encouragement, which was very much needed at this conference. A special word of gratitude to the head of institution, Professor Dr. Asita Kulshrestha, ma'am, for her unwavering support, created the academic and logistic environment that made this event possible. I place on record my sincere appreciation to our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Tiwari, sir, who graced this event with his distinguished presence and motivated us to achieve greater heights. We also thank to our chief guest and keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Kuldeep sir and Professor Banik sir, who graciously connected with us online and shared their wisdom and profound insights. I take this opportunity to acknowledge the behind-the-scene contributors of the administration, IT, and procurement departments, whose timely support ensured that seamless organization of this conference. To my fellow convener, Dr. Sangeeta and Dr. Gunjan, and organizing committee members, I'm indebted for your tireless dedication and teamwork. Your commitment truly remind me of the words of Henry Ford. Coming together is a beginning, staying together is a progress, and working together is success. I also want to acknowledge my gratitude to the advisory committee members who supported us in shaping the conference. I must particularly acknowledge the efforts of our student volunteers who displayed remarkable energy, sincerity, discipline in ensuring the smooth flow of the conference. They remind us of APJ Abdul Kalam's word, dream, 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 dream transform into thoughts, and thought results in action. Their action today have indeed transformed our vision into reality. Their sincere effort ensured the smooth conduct of this conference. Finally, I thank each one of you, the learned delegates, speakers, and participants for your active involvement. A conference is not just an event, but a shared journey of minds, and your presence has turned this journey into a memorable one. Let me close this with inspiring words of Ralph Waldo Emerson. The mind once stretched by a new idea never returns to its original dimensions. May the knowledge exchanged today continue to guide us toward motivation, collaboration, and sustainable progress. With these words, I once again express my deepest gratitude to all of us and all of you. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am.
With this, the inaugural ceremony comes to a formal close. We thank you all for your gracious presence and participation. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
On behalf of the organizing committee, we kindly request our distinguished guests to proceed for high tea in the VIP lounge. All other participants are cordially invited for high tea at the venue behind the auditorium. We wish you all engaging and productive technical sessions ahead. You may return back in the auditorium after the tea break within 50 minutes for the further sessions. Thank you, everyone.
We required are the certain data behind it, to collect the data from different sources, and to measure these indicators. So indicators can be considered as population parameters of finite population. And to collect the data, we use sampling. Estimation technique becomes central for these SDGs measurements. So these measurements, the estimation of these measurements require statistical foundation and valid, precise measurements. So this enable disaggregated indicators for enable-based policies. Therefore, sampling plays a crucial role for policy making to achieve SDGs. Now, what are the methods available to us for estimation? And what are the helping variables which are there to increase the efficiency of our estimators? So at the root, we have ratio method of estimation, regression method of estimation, and Horvitz-Thompson technique. Other methods are, which are very much popular in literature, is calibration method, superpopulation method, and these, with the help of these auxiliary variables, we can always increase the efficiency of our estimation technique. So today we are going to talk about the estimation of Gini coefficient for finite population. Gini coefficient is the measure of income inequality. It is linked to SDG 10, which is reduce inequality within and among countries. Another method of Gini coefficient is Lorentz ratio. Lorentz ratio and Gini coefficient are same, as Kendall and Stewart in their book published in 1977 shows that both the measures are same. Most of the estimation technique for Gini coefficient are worked for hypothetical theoretical distributions as Pareto, log normal, or gamma. These distribution fits the income distribution for many countries. But estimation of finite population, estimation of Gini coefficient in finite population is rarely defined in literature. There are few references who worked for estimation of Gini coefficient in finite population, and they try to develop certain variance estimation technique for estimating Gini coefficient. Now, Gini coefficient is basically defined in 1912 by Gini, and by its name it is known. It is originally used to measure economic inequality. It has been validated in measuring the inequality of biological size distribution also. So we use this distribution for other sciences, biological sciences also. In the present talk, we considered Gini coefficient formulation for finite population. So estimation of Gini coefficient over a derived population of paired unit will be considered. And then we considered Gini coefficient as a mean over the paired unit. And then certain calibration and model calibration techniques were used to define or to express the Gini coefficient and to find its efficiency. and to get better efficient estimator of Gini coefficient. This is our contents. So what we did here, let me explain you that all of us, we know that a finite population has certain number of units. So I took n units in the finite population, and yi is the value of response variable. Then this Gini coefficient is defined as average of the paired units. And this paired unit is a symmetrical function of yi and yj. Mitai and Pal in 1988 considered first the problem of estimation of Gini coefficient for finite population. If we took a simple random sample from the population, then this Gini coefficient can be estimated with a simple formula of dividing the paired unit with n into n minus 1 and with the population mean y bar. For this particular talk, I am assuming here that the population mean is known. So these are the variance expressions which are defined by Mitai and Pal, and we had converted these variance expressions into slightly better form by considering the coefficient of variation of y, and then this is the way we are trying to present the Gini coefficient as the mean of certain functions of observations. So instead of the finite population, what we took is a paired population. And this population we are calling, okay. And this population we are considering as we are calling as a derived population of paired units. So if we consider, as you can see, that Ty alpha is defined as a function of the pairs of the units taken from the original population U, then Gini coefficient can be expressed as a mean of these paired values. And now all the theory available for the mean of for the estimation of mean can be applied to the Gini coefficient. This is the basic idea of this paper, of this work. So if we have simple random sampling, then obvious estimator by taking a sample mean. If we consider a Horwitz-Thompson estimator, then we consider the design probabilities pi ij to have the estimators, and HT estimator can be defined like this. Now what we propose is a calibration approach of finding the or estimating the Gini coefficient. And according to the calibration approach, which was originally proposed by Devil and Serendel, he considered or he derived certain weights W alpha with the thought that the W alpha must be as close as possible to the design weight D alpha. So its estimator, the Gini coefficient estimator, took the shape that it is 1 over n dash summation W alpha Ti alpha, where W alphas are the weight which are derived according to the distances from the original design weights Dij. And then with the help of chi-square distance function, we considered an estimator of G, a calibrated estimator of Gini coefficient as a Horwitz-Thompson estimator plus additional factor which helps in reducing the variance element or which helps in increasing the efficiency of the estimator. Now, if there is a linear relationship between the two variables, the auxiliary variable and the response variable, then calibration works very well. It gives better efficiency. But in case of non-linear relationship, it may not be giving good results. So what we can do, we can have a look at the relationship between the two values, between the relationship between the pair of values. Because generally what happens, there may be a relationship, a linear relationship between the two variables, that is yi and xi. But if you convert them in terms of pairs, that relationship distorts and it may no longer be a true relationship of the two variables. So what we suggest is to use model calibration for estimating Gini coefficient. So for a general model where the population of pairs is taken from a superpopulation, and this model we are using, then a model calibrated estimator is once again defined as a weighted average of paired units. Now, instead of the original auxiliary variable, what we are doing here, we are replacing the original variables with the fitted variables. So the relationship among the original variable and the predicted variable is coming into the picture. And what happens, because of lesser time, I am skipping all these derivations. These are the variance expression, and this is a design unbiased estimate, a consistent estimator, which is designed as unbiased. And these are the expression of variance. And we can compare this with other possible estimators, which is generalized regression estimator and difference estimator. We did a simulation study by considering a log linear relationship among the response variable and the auxiliary variable. And using this population, we are changing the correlations as 0.9, 0.8, 0.7, and 0.6. For these different correlation values, we have a different 4 populations. And when we work for these 4 populations, then calculated relative bias and relative efficiency for our proposed estimator, which is finally the model calibrated estimator. We are comparing with the calibrated estimator, the regression estimator, the generalized difference estimator, everyone. But our focus is on the model calibrated estimator. So this model calibrated estimator, as you can see, having very less bias. And other estimators also are derived for the predicted values. They are also having very less bias. And if we come to the relative efficiency, then you can see that for our model calibrated estimator, the efficiency is much higher in comparison of the Horwitz-Thompson estimator. Horwitz-Thompson estimator we are taking as a base estimator. So in numerator, we are taking the mean square error of the Horwitz-Thompson estimator. Therefore, the first column is having all 100 values. And in comparison of that, model calibrated estimator is having much better value, which is as close to as the generalized difference estimator, because in generalized difference estimator, we are taking B is equal to 1. So if B is equal to 1, then also we are getting good efficiency. But if we drop the idea of fitted values, then the efficiency is not good. So it is better if we concentrate over the fitted values by looking at the nature of the relationship among the variables to get the efficient estimator. We will certainly get good results. And these are the 2 more results I have, जिसको मैं यहाँ पर बताना चाहूंगी. After having these auxiliary variables, fitted auxiliary variables, what I did, I took one more variable, the auxiliary variable as well as the fitted auxiliary variable.
Intervene, ma'am.
Yes.
We are
Then the efficiency increases to 435, and if we took more information, that it increases to 5,000. So this is the use of fitted values for estimating Gini coefficient and having very good results as a application of fitted values. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your insightful talk. Now we would like to request our second speaker, Professor Dr. Brijesh P. Singh, sir, Professor, Department of Statistics, BHU, Varanasi. Session is also open for question answer. Maybe you can have a discussion with ma'am during the lunch time.
Hello. Hello.
Our second speaker, Professor Dr. Brijesh P. Singh, will be joining soon by online mode.
Hello, I'm audible. Hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Okay. So the presentation visible? Hello.
Yes, sir, it's visible, sir.
Okay. So thanks to organizer for inviting me for this small presentation. I am Brijesh from Banaras Hindu University. And my topic of talk is on probability model over bounded range and its application to the demographic data.
Sir, as we running short of time, it will be great. if
Okay,
you
I'll
conclude.
keep. I
Yes.
will end my presentation in hardly 10 or 15 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, sir.
So the goal of this paper is to propose the new distribution define unbounded interval. Generally, we have the many lifetime distribution on 0 to infinity or 0 to 1 range. But in this study, we propose a distribution, a new distribution over a bounded range, that is from θ1 and θ1 and θ2. Okay, so the random variable x should be greater than θ1 and less than θ2. Okay, so this is the CDF of the proposed distribution, that is fx is equal to f naught x minus θ1 and upon θ2 minus x1 if x lies between θ1 and θ2. When x is equal to θ1, it becomes 0, and x is equal to θ2, it becomes 1. This function is valid CDF that define a distribution over θ1 and θ2. The corresponding technique is denoted by double bonded θ1, θ2 F transformation. In this transformation technique, we can generate such distribution which are supported on θ to infinitive and 0 to infinitive, and we always get a doubly bounded distribution. So we considered here exponential distribution, and this is the general CDF, general PDF of the distribution, that is θ2 minus θ1 upon θ2 minus x square f naught x minus θ1 upon θ2 minus x. So f naught denote the PDF of this capital F naught. We apply doubly bounded θ1 θ2 F transformation method to a specific case of baseline distribution, namely exponential distribution. So we consider here exponential distribution, and we know that the CDF of exponential distribution is 1 minus e to the power minus lambda x. So putting these, we can get the CDF of the general CDF of bounded exponential distribution given in equation 4. So there is another transformation technique, that is y is equal to θ2 x plus θ1 upon x plus 1. X is a random variable and y is another random variable. So y can get by this transformation also. So after differentiating equation 4 with respect to x, we get this PDF of the bounded exponential distribution given in equation 6. We propose a theorem, that is the PDF of doubly bounded exponential distribution given in 6 is decreasing for lambda into 1 minus θ upon θ2 if this is more than or equal to 2, and unimodal for lambda into 1 minus θ1 upon θ2 if it is less than 2. So the proof is this. We are not discussing this proof. So hazard function and mean residual life function of the proposed distribution given in 6, which is a continuous distribution, So with that, can hx is equal to fx upon 1 minus capital Fx, means PDF upon 1 minus CDS or PDF upon survival function. So it will lambda into theta 2 minus theta 1 upon theta 2 minus x square. Okay, so this is the mean residual lifetime. So using this, we can get the moments. So these are the moments. So it is very difficult to get the higher order moment for this function because there is a EI function that is integral of 1 to infinity v to the power minus lambda t and tk is not converging. So it is very difficult to get the value of higher order moment for this distribution. Okay, for everywhere EI function is there, E1 lambda and E2 lambda is there, so that we can be it is very tough to get the value of moments. So estimation of unknown parameters of the model. So this is the likelihood function given in the equation number 21. This is log likelihood function. So after getting a partial differentiation of with respect to lambda, we get n upon lambda minus summation over 1 to n xi minus theta 1 upon theta 2 minus xi. The maximum likelihood estimator of lambda is given by lambda is equal to n upon summation of xi minus theta 1 upon theta 2 minus xi. So this is the theoretical things of our proposed distribution. And now we use this lambda, the parameter value, in the demographic data. So many authors have developed indicator of fertility control using cohort parity by marital duration, like Davidson, Sanderson, Poole, Cole and Trussell, Ware and Noddle. Examine the mean age of a female at last birth as a measure of the change of fertility control over the time. Sen in 1986 developed an index for poverty combination of 3 components, which was later used and updated by Suchindran in 94 as a measure of fertility control on age-specific fertility rate. The fertility control measure proposed by Suchindran is further modified by me 2 times in 2002 and 2006. Lawless in 1987 suggested a measure treated as non-homogeneous Poisson process, and later it is used by me in 1997, my supervisor in 1997, which is based on several close birth interval in last 7 years to measure the fertility control in Indian community. Further, it is I compared both the fertility control measure and discuss its property and utilities for using Indian data. The mean open birth interval computed according to the parity is used as an index of fertility, especially in developing country by Srinivasan in 1966. It is more sensitive to recent change in fertility pattern and can also be considered as a factor that determines the fecundability of women and parity progression ratio. The open birth interval and age at last birth is used to understand the current fertility level. So this is comparatively easy to observe because it need only information about the timing of birth of the last birth. Here an attempt has been made to develop an index of fertility control to observe the shape of fertility using data on open birth interval and most recent closed birth interval. So this is a schematic diagram of the marriage to survey date. So it is marriage, first birth, second birth, last birth, last birth, survey date. So we need the difference between last birth and survey date and most recent closed birth interval. That is the birth interval between the last and last but one birth. So we know that the FX, the CDF developed earlier. So Hx is equal to ddx of minus log of 1 minus fx. So this is the hazard function. So it is clear that hazard is increasing function over x lies between theta 1 and theta 2. So this is an increasing function and this is suitable for the fertility phenomenon. So as the time is increasing, the fecundability, the chance of conception is increasing also. So that is why this indicator, this parameter is useful in the demography, in the study of demography. So this is the parameter, estimate of the parameter. So we assume this denominator function is equal to k. Now the second order partial differentiation is minus n by lambda square. So we know that the positive inverse of second derivative of likelihood is the variance and square root of the approximated standard error of the parameter. So therefore approximated standard error of the same parameter lambda is given as lambda by root n. N is the sample size. From the above equation, it is clear that if theta 1 is greater than xi, then we have a negative estimate. Okay, because we assume that xi is more than theta 1. Therefore, it is necessary that the value of theta 1 should be minimum reported observation of age at last birth. We may choose the suitable arbitrary value of age at last birth for theta 2 also equal to or more than the maximum reported age at last birth. So this should be the survey date. The estimate of theta 2 should not be less than the maximum reported age at last birth. If it is so, then again we have a negative estimate of lambda. The shape parameter lambda is used as a measure of fertility control. Here we consider theta 1 as a last but one birth, and those who have at least two birth, and for single birth female, we have used age at marriage. For theta 2, we have used female age at time of survey. Also, standard error is calculated for the same parameter lambda. Here, k is defined as summation of xi minus theta 1 upon theta 2 minus xi. That is, summation of age at last birth and age at last but one birth upon age at survey and age at last birth. So this is simply the ratio of most recent closed birth interval divided by open birth interval. So we have the data on most recent closed birth interval and open birth interval also in the NFHS data, so that we are able to calculate this k and the standard error of the parameter. So this figure provide the information about the summary about the age at first birth in NFHS 1 and NFHS 5, age and standard deviation. So it is very clear that age at first birth is increasing, as well as the standard deviation is also increasing. So this is the summary of mean and standard deviation of women age at last birth in NFHS 1 and NFHS 4. So this is the measure of fertility control and TFR in NFHS 1 and NFHS 4. So it is very clear. This fertility control measure given in the blue for the NFHS 1 and in the slaty color for the NFHS 5. So it is very clear for every state the fertility control measure is increasing. However, TFR is decreasing. So there is an inverse relation between our fertility control measure and TFR. So this table provides the information about the parameter estimate, standard error, and TFR both. So finally, these two columns provide the percentage change in the index and percent change in the TFR. So for TFR, we find a negative estimate, and for parameter, it is positive. So our parameter estimate is increasing. That provide information about that fertility control is increasing. Okay. So we control the fertility. So TFR is decreasing, means fertility is under control. So this is the measure of fertility control by subgroup in India. So different subgroup in India. So it is very clear that in urban area, the fertility is more controlled than the rural area for NFHS 1. It is very similar result given in the NFHS 4 also. As age is increasing, the fertility control measure is increasing. It is obvious. In Hindu, the fertility control measure is more than the Muslims for both the survey data. In other category or general category, the fertility control is better than the SC, ST and OBC community. Those who are literate, they are better under control fertility as far as concerned to the illiterate and other educated females. So this result for the India, but this result given for the Uttar Pradesh. So similar, almost similar result, but the value is slight lower than the India estimate. The finding is very similar to the India estimate. So using data from 2 rounds of NFHS survey of India as well as the most populated state of India, that is Uttar Pradesh, we construct the proposed measure of fertility control and calculate estimate of the various subgroups. There can be observed a negative correlation between the measure of fertility control and total fertility rate. Although the TFR for 2 states same and almost same, but the proposed measure of fertility control show significant difference. This is the beauty of this fertility control measure, because when TFR is same, policymakers are in dilemma to to launch a program, intervention program. But this indicator provide a better input to launch their program in particular states. Thank you. This is what I wanted to share with you. So if any question, I'd love to answer.
Any question from audience? If no, thank you so much for sir for your informative talk.
Okay, thank you for inviting me for this graph presentation. I especially thanks to Dr. Gunjan, who is my junior in BHU. So thanks again to the organizing committee for giving me a chance to present my paper in this conference, this big conference. I wish a grand success for this conference also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So should I leave? Should I leave this?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can.
Thanks.
Now our third speaker is Professor Dr. Prabhakar Mishra, Professor, Department of Biostatistics and Health Informatics, SGPGI, Lucknow. I'd like to request sir for his presentation.
For our next session, we are honored to welcome Professor Dr. Prabhakar Mishra, Additional Professor at the Department of Biostatistics and Health Informatics, SGPGIMS, Lucknow. Over to you, sir.
Very good afternoon. First of all, I would like to, probably I am audible. First of all, I would like to thanks to organizing committee inviting me for this lecture, especially to Professor Sangeeta Bajpayee, madam, Professor Pooja Srivastava, and Professor Gunjan Singh. My topic for the presentation is the importance of the sample size in the biomedical research. And you know that this sample size basically, especially I am working in the SGPGI Lucknow, and in the medical setting, before starting of the, at the time of planning of the study, every researcher or even before planning, at the time of planning of the research, sample size is very important factor, and everybody want to know the how minimum number of sample size they need to include in the study. So here I am going to discuss the importance of the sample size and the research outcome, because ultimately the sample size, that is the basic objective, is to select a minimum number, some individual from the large population, so that our sample should be representative of the population, and whatever we are going to draw from the sample, that should be representative of the population. So here sample size, that's why in every research, ethical committee or scientific committee want to know the justification of the sample size.
So justification of the sample size, it means you need to take the appropriate number of individual in your study, and appropriate number of individual, it means your sample should not be overestimated, neither should be underestimated, because there is a disadvantage with overestimated as well as underestimated of the sample size. When we are taking the overestimated sample size, there will be wastage of the money, as well as it is if any intervention or trial is critical, so unnecessarily we are putting the patient under the risk. Whereas if we are taking the small number of individuals, this is also objection from the ethical committee, because our study result will be worthless, that will be useless, and the result we will not be able to generalize. So here in the research, because every research in the outcome are the end of the specific practice procedure of the intervention. So after conducting of the research, whatever we are getting the outcome, that should be meaningful conclusion. That should be draw the meaningful conclusion, so that we can finally generalize our finding for the general setting. So for generalization of the result, it should be statistically significant, because only the statistical significant result we can generalize, and it can be applicable on the different settings. Especially in the medical setting, and most of the typically we are taking the 5% level of significance, and okay, the relationship ultimately outcome. If we want to evaluate the association of the outcome with different factors, so that's why we required a minimum number of sample size to prove or disprove our hypothesis. So that's it means for the establish the relationship or any proving or disproving our hypothesis, we should require a minimum number of sample size. So in the present study, definitely it is the very simply I am going to discuss you how sample size is affecting your research outcome, because sample size, when we estimate the sample size, if we are taking the appropriate number of the sample size at the starting of the study, we can ensure even in the starting that our result will be significant, and we can get the sufficient power in our study. So these are the factors, those are affecting our research outcome, that is the sample size. Because when we increase the sample size, chances of more getting the significant result, better power in the studies, confidence level, and it is the minimum number of confidence level that usually we take 95%. Out of 195 times, at least we should get the repetition in the result. Margin of error, how much we are expecting the error in our result, plus minus of the both sides, and detected difference. If we are comparative studies, so then in comparative study, how much actually we are detecting the difference between the group, that is important. And this difference, if we have higher difference, it means large difference, we have required a small number of the sample size, because it means it is the more common for audience. But if there is a narrow difference, it means we required more sample size to prove that actually there is a difference between the group. And these are for this demonstration, I have taken the few variable like systolic blood pressure, diastolic blood pressure, hemoglobin, hospital stay. So this is just a demonstration. And here t-test and Fisher-Eject test was used, because sample size we have taken only 25 to demonstrate. Further we have increased over the time and we know that when sample size increase, T follow the Z distribution, and Fisher-Eject test follow the chi-square test. So sample size calculation. So this slide is important, because ultimately at the starting of the sample size, we required to know how many minimum number of individuals we required to get the significant result, as well as sufficient power of the study. So by using this slide, we have calculated the minimum number of sample size. First is to get the significant result only and avoiding the power. But in the second result, if we want to minimum put the 95% level of confidence, as well as 80% minimum power. So the second sample size is important, required. So like this, we have calculated for DBP. Similar, we have calculated for the hospital stay and further calculation that we will going to discuss in the result section. So in the result section, we can see that this is the also a so here in the study we have taken 25 persons of the those who are the kidney injury patient. Out of them, finally after the treatment, 7 reported improvement, but remaining 18 did not report the improvement. So further we have compared the all the things between the two groups. Now this is this slide. So because the time constraint, so here we have taken the systolic blood pressure when we compared between recovered and not recovered patient. First you have to see here in the first, you can see we have taken only 25 sample size, and when 25 sample size, the recovery patient average systolic blood pressure was 134, but not recovered patient it was 142.65. And when we compared, our p-value were not significant. We got 0.176 p-value. But when we same sample size, we have taken 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, similarly same. It means every time our difference was remains same, no difference was changed. But our result becomes significant when we increase the sample size. Message of this slide is that despite the similar difference or effect size between the groups, if we can increase the sample size, our result will become significant. It means if in the small sample size, our difference is not significant, don't worry. You have to tell the actual how much you are actually detecting the effect size between the groups, because effect size is independent of the sample size. So in that situation, you have to avoid the more important, giving the importance to the p-value, and we have to give the importance of the effect size. And here in the last, when our sample size 150, our p-value is 0.003. So it means difference is same, effect size is same, but increasing the sample size, that becomes significant. Similar strategy we follow for the diastolic blood pressure, and same strategy we followed, and see that at when sample size was 25, it was 0.442 p-value, but when effect size is, sample size 150, that result becomes significant. So, and you can see that in the previous slide, we have calculated the sample size that we required minimum 150 individual to get the significant result. So when we put this diastolic blood pressure 82 and 85, and we have calculated earlier that 150 sample size be required to get the significant result. It means before planning of the study, if our input is appropriate, then even in the prior to start of the study, we can predict that our result will be significant if we can take this number of individuals. So this is the basic justification of the sample size should be estimated before of the study, so that finally after conducting of the study, our study should have sufficient power and result should be significant, so that we can generalize of this result. And here we have calculated the improvement of the patient in the when hospital stay was up to the hospital stay was 16 days or more or less than 15 days. So here we can see that in the hospital stay was when more than 16 years, improvement was 46%, and if less than 15, it was 16.7%. Earlier it was not significant, but same difference, same proportion becomes significant when we increase the sample size. Now here same correlation we have calculated between the serum creatinine level and systolic, diastolic, and hemoglobin level. And for the small sample size, the result was not significant, but same result was significant when we increased the higher sample size. So now I am going to the part of the discussion. Same thing I already explained in the result section, that for the smaller sample size, that difference was not significant, but when we increase the sample size, despite the no change in the difference, result become significant. So here, for a small sample size, this is the important point. For a small sample size, our standard error is high. When standard error is high, p-value become not significant. But when we increase the sample size, because standard error, that is standard deviation divided by root of the sample size. So it means when we increase the sample size, our standard error reducing, that's why result become the significant despite the similar difference. So conclusion part of this slide presentation is that sample size is important factor for desired level of significance and power of the study. So that's why we need to conduct the calculate the sample size prior to the study. Same difference is insignificant at a small sample size, but significant same difference becomes significant for larger sample size. To achieving the small confidence limit means narrow confidence limit, we required the higher sample size. But for the wider gap, wider confidence interval, that is result of the smaller sample size. It means when we increase the larger sample size, there is a chance of finding a significant difference. But same for a small sample size, that is not significant. In case sample size is underestimate or overestimate, in that situation, just forget the p-value. You have to highlight the effect size, that is the we are detecting between the difference. So that is the here that if your result is not coming significant, don't worry, that is because of the sample size. You have not taken the appropriate number of the sample size. You increase the sample size, that becomes significant. So p-value should not be very much highlight. And but definitely, if p-value is significant, then you will be able to generalize your result, and it should be accepted in the wider level. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your informative talk on implication of sample size and biomedical research. Now the forum is open for question answer. If anyone.
Yeah, nice compilation. So only is a query. Regarding the group constitution of the patients or the group which you are constituting, what are other factors you have considered, like the age, the weight, body weight, gender?
No, I think that is the other factor. We can other factor we are considering. That's why we use propensity score matching, case control matching, or multivariate analysis. We are doing that is another discussion. Here, we wanted to present the difference between the two groups, how sample size, when sample size increasing, difference result is become significant, and we are getting the appropriate power. But your question is adjusting the different variables. So for that, that is used for the regression analysis, and even in the analysis of covariance, there are various methods. If our objective, see, don't think that every time you have to adjust the things. That is, every time you can't do the adjustment. First, you have to define your aim and objective of the study. Accordingly, you have to discuss the methods. Okay. So if you want to comparing, like here we compared the systolic blood pressure between recovered and not recovered patient, and simultaneously you want to adjust the age, BMI, all other factors, then you have to go for analysis of covariance. And by that method you can do. Clear?
Thank you, sir. This is a very interesting topic. I would like to request audience, maybe they can discuss in the lunchtime. And now we are welcoming our fourth technical session speaker, Professor Dr. V.K. Singh, Professor, Department of Community Medicines and Public Health, KGMU, Lucknow.
Thank you, sir, for that session. We would also like to congratulate Sir on his marvelous achievement. Sir has been recognized by the prestigious Stanford University, USA, among the world top 2% scientists for the year 2025. What makes this even more extraordinary is that this is the fourth consecutive year after For Sir, this is the fourth consecutive year after 2025, 2023, 2024 that he has secured his place in this global list of excellence. This recognition is not just a testament to Rajesh Pratap Sir, but an unwavering dedication, hard work, and brilliance.
By the time Sir connects with the technical team for the presentation, I would like to introduce Professor Dr. Vijay Kumar Singh. Sir earned his PhD from MJP Rohilkhand University in 2003 and previously served as an assistant professor at Government Medical College, Haldwani. Professor Singh has published more than 50 research papers, guided over 50 MD, MS, and MCH students, and his work focuses on applied statistics in community medicine and public health. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you. थोड़ा सा मेल करने में पीपीटी को डिले हो गई, पहुंच नहीं पाया. टॉपिक मैंने जो लिया था, दिस इज आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस इन हेल्थ केयर. ओपन हो रहा है. तो हम लोग रिसेंट एडवांसेस की बात कर रहे हैं और उसमें स्टैटिस्टिकल टूल्स, स्टैटिस्टिकल मेथड्स का क्या यूज है. सो दिस artificial intelligence works on the principles of the statistical methods, basically. It gathers the information from the different sources, appropriate next one. Gathers the information from the different. Okay. No. Okay. And then summarizes it and gives you the results. It is used in nowadays in almost all the spheres of the activities, whether these are scientific activities or the social activities. It's what is the now I will see this in AI in public health, AI technologies used in healthcare, and AI in public health in India, and the guiding principles, then limitation. Oh, sorry, मैं थोड़ा सा इसको. अच्छा भाई, एक मिनट भाई, जरा मुझे इस पे ये कुछ मैं उसे छोड़ देता हूँ. हाँ, ओके, मैं इस ठीक है. So this artificial intelligence is used to describe machines that mimic cognitive functions that humans associate with other humans' mind, such as learning and problem solving. जैसे हम एक दूसरे से नॉलेज शेयर करते हैं और उससे सीखते हैं, लर्न करते हैं, वैसे ही ये एआई भी जो है डिफरेंट सोर्सेस से इंफॉर्मेशंस को कलेक्ट करके उसको यूज करती है लर्निंग में, है ना. And this refers to the software program that can simulate a context-sensitive response or a conversation with a human user in natural language through messaging services, websites, or mobile applications. Simpler terms, it is a feature where machines learn to perform tasks rather than simply carrying out computations that are input by human users. There are the two types of this generative AI that creates new content like the images based on patterns in data. Large language models, they are powerful form of this AI, generating human-like text, while small language models focus on specialized tasks with less data. And AI agents, they are generative AI to autonomously perform tasks such as writing or research. Together, they represent the cutting-edge advancement. This AI represents several subfields, such as machine learning and deep learning that individually or in combination add intelligence to applications. Machine learning, this refers to the study of algorithms that allow computer programs to automatically improve the experiences. Machine learning itself may be categorized as supervised leveraged level data or unsupervised. And there are ongoing research in various subfields, including semi-supervised, self-supervised, and multi-instance machine learning. In case of deep learning, it's a class of algorithms that learns by using a large, many-layered collection of connected processes. And this deep learning has emerged as the predominant method in AI today, driving improvements in areas such as images and speech recognition. This is the ecosystem in the healthcare, such as improving diagnosis and timely detection, easy treatment, access to rural and urban poor populations, then identifying at-risk patients and maintaining data records, customized recommendations and suggestions, ensuring better patient care, reducing cost and administrative workload, and helps in developing new drug and therapies. This is the disease prevention. Again, this is the second form. Disease prevention and health promotion, surveillance, screening, diagnosis, healthcare delivery, resource allocation and healthcare management, then treatment, caring, triage and follow-up care, drug discovery and development, discovery development and preclinical research, clinical development and post-market monitoring. Right from the start to the end, problem के start होने से problem का solution देने तक का, this is the ecosystem of AI in the healthcare. This is what AI around the world, किस field में देखिए, some of the examples, AI in automated driverless cars, then automatic recognition of ripening tomatoes by artificial intelligence, and this is the AI in factories. Robotics, robots work कर रहे हैं. What are these? They are working on this AI. This is AI in healthcare, 1955. This term was coined by John McKenzie, founded as an academic discipline. Then 80s to 90s में से growth 19 and onwards discovery and development of drugs में आया. है ना? ये इसकी next one. So this AI in healthcare, what is this, sir? Today, automates repetitive tasks, pattern recognition, precision diagnostic, and then in medium terms, smarter, efficient algorithms, less data and unleveled data की बात करते हैं. Combines the diverse data. This is electronic hospital records, imaging, multiomics and behavior, and then healthcare organizations, co-innovators with tech partners, Then AI in long term क्या work करेगा? This is the intelligent connected AI system, personalized preventive data driven care and improved outcomes. In public health, since मैं community medicine department that deals with the public health, not directly with the patients. So public health, that is a prevention is better than the cure. So what we can do before the disease comes. So this ability of AI models to analyze and interpret large health data sets can be transformative for public health and epidemiology and lays the foundations for precision public health. The analysis of large health data from many sources may provide more and better insights on the determinants of disease on both the personalized and population levels. This can help accelerate public health surveillance and shape public health policies and implementation activities. The epidemic can be used in epidemic prediction. AI plays crucial role in epidemic predictions by analyzing real-time data, identifying patterns and detecting anomalies. It enables early detection, improves accuracy, and enhances the situational awareness, helping optimize resource allocation and reduce the economic burden of epidemics. This is अभी हम एपिडेमिक प्रेडिक्शन की बात कर रहे हैं. प्रेडिक्शन तो हम लोग बहुत पहले से सुन रहे हैं. सबसे ज्यादा तो सुनते हैं कि भाई वेदर फोरकास्ट, वेदर प्रेडिक्शंस कितना सही होता है कितना गलत होता है उसके बारे में नहीं जाएंगे, बट वी आर प्रेडिक्टिंग इट much in advance so that we can prepare for the evacuation of the or rescue of the people. We can reduce the damage. So in the same way we can, वो भी वहां पर भी क्या है, AI ही यूज हो रहा है. जो डेटा पीछे से हमने कलेक्ट किया हुआ है उसी के पैटर्न्स हैं, उन पैटर्न्स के बेसिस पर उनको जो हमने आगे ले जाते हैं ताकि वो हमें बता सके कि these are the situations and now what will be the future after this much of the time, क्या आएगा. So that is the same way this is epidemic predictions. In this we can prepare for illness and death, demands for medical infrastructure, alert for patient overflows, public health emergency response, decision making and planning. सेम वे जब कभी साइक्लोन आता है तो बहुत पहले से खबर मिल जाती है, तो वहां पर हम लोग क्या करते हैं, होता क्या है कि वहां से हम लोग पहले से ही इवैक्यूएशन शुरू हो जाता है कि वहां से लोगों को हटा दो, सो दैट की डैमेज शुड बी लेस. इन द सेम वे वी कैन अलर्ट द आउटकम ऑफ दिस epidemic. Commencement of it. Can use in water treatment, screening of the diseases may use कर सकेंगे. This Symantec MD aims to scale its AI solution to provide low-cost accessible TB detection through chest X-ray to vulnerable populations with high disease burden. है ना? This is one of the use. Resource optimization. Then in diagnostic AI algorithm, they analyze medical records, images, and genetic data to identify patterns and markers that might indicate the presence of diseases at an early stage. And this leads to timely intervention and improved outcomes. That is the detection of the breast lesions by AI-aided mammograms. Then this is the telemedicine. In the COVID-19 pandemic, that accelerated the adoption of telemedicine, and AI is enhancing this shift. This AI is the virtual health assistant that can interact with patients, answer their queries, and even monitor vital signs remotely, ensuring continuous care without the need for long and arduous journey to urban health centers. जैसे सर अभी बात कर रहे थे कि छत्तीसगढ़ बहुत ज्यादा हेल्थ फैसिलिटीज जो है वो बहुत कम है ना, तो वहां पर इसका सबसे ज्यादा यूज हो रहा है और भी ज्यादा हो सकता है. Then in drug discovery, we can use it so much. We are having So these are some technologies which are used in the healthcare. It's the machine learning, natural language processing, it is NLP, robotics, chatbots, computer vision, deep learning, speech analytics. Chatbots, they answer your questions. कि आपको क्या करना है? General conditions, general questions which a common man can ask. उसका आप जवाब जो है वो chatbots देते हैं. आपको क्या करना है? And then they can get the help. These are some machine learning, not much of. So this one of the developing dengue forecast model using machine learning, a case study in China. So this study used a combination of the case reports from this China's top search engine, search queries and climate factors. Then they compared their working models with existing results from 5 other provinces and discovered that their data models showed stronger statistical significance in forecasting the models. This is one language, NLP. In geriatric psychiatry, this is the use, prediction of loneliness in older adults using natural language processing, exploring this sex differences in speech. Then patterns, how they have used, we have this one. And then cognitive research, robotics. The goal is to design intelligent machines that can assist human activity. Example of robotics in public health, disinfection of contaminated areas, delivery of medications and food, health monitoring, like wearable trackers, Fitbit and Apple watches that can monitor vitals and can send alerts to the users and share this information to the doctors. Allows non-clinicians to be trained for screening of diabetic retinopathy, trained on retinal images and their interpretations. Robot-assisted surgeries, they are also, these are the, okay. Then
Sorry to intervene.
Yeah.
If you can conclude.
Just, I'm concluding. So virtual agents, okay. And this is the one, Sarah, yeah, this is a smart AI resource assistant to health in a digital health promoter provide prototype that is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week in 8 languages via video or text. This is one of the recent one, और जो कि बहुत ही helpful है. Then chatbot implementations in Indian healthcare. So many hospitals, they are using it. Deep learning, everything. Okay. Input, how they works. No, I'm not going to the computer vision, speech and okay. Leave it. So this is one, we are using this briefcase. This briefcase is the software and the digital records, reports, images, and the prescriptions, they are stored on this app. If you are using, you can register it by your mobile number, by Aadhaar, authenticating by Aadhaar, and they can be accessed from anywhere from this country. This is the one of this. These are the apps used. Nirmani in Indian government is using. Media surveillance, clinical decision support, ALCOS, Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, and Indian own foundational models. And this is the from my institute guiding limitations. बस एक ही last line कहना चाहूँगा. AI is not above the humans. This is the assistant to the humans. This is only our helper. We have developed it. Not this is the superpower. So judiciously use the AI. सारे students आजकल chat GPT, notebook, LM सारे use कर रहे हैं. But जब आप उसको use करते हैं तो use करने के बाद जो भी result मिलता है उसको जरा एक बार देख लिया करिए. That will be much beneficial for you. This is your assistant, not your boss. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This is very important topic for present day, and we can continue the discussion in the lunch time. So now I would like to request Dr. Brijesh Kumar Srivastava, CEO, 4Health LLP, Ahmedabad, for his presentation.
Good afternoon. So, who is going to share my slides? Yes, so for this dais with this intelligentsia, I have brought so many burning issues rather than presenting. I will like. So first of all, thanks for inviting me to this noble forum. So all those who are who have initiated this forum and significantly brought many knowledgeable people from India and abroad. A special thanks to Dr. Sangeeta. Am I audible? Dr. Pooja, Dr. Gunjan, and all the organizing committee members. For these slides, I will also like to thank my colleague, Dr. Shefali, and management for Health LLP and Mr. Kunj, who are also in audience. This is mainly in terms of the data which has been captured from government sites like Niti Aayog, Government of India, Department of Pharmaceutical, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers. So those references have also been mentioned in each and every slides. So if something is interesting, one can revisit to these sites. So here the total cost, which is usually borne with the organizations, pharmaceutical industries, academic institutions, that has been projected here. That begins from target identifications till the development of the molecule full-fledged from phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and finally to the clinic and then to the market. So it's a huge, in terms of the numbers, if you see, that is a huge cost. So everything has been mentioned here, like the regulatory approvals, that includes CDSCO, US FDA, EMA, and other agencies. And there is a beautiful landscape, in fact, our India, the pharma landscape is capturing almost 20% of the global generics. And if you see in terms of the strengths, that is also huge. And 60% of the vaccines, export medicines to 200 plus countries. And the Gujarat is a country that contributes 33% of the total production and 28% of the exports. So these numbers, they itself, they dictate the our leadership in pharma sectors. But there are some spaces and areas where still we need to improve, such as India's pharma sector spends only 0.64% of the GDP on R&D versus 2.2 to 4% in advanced nations. And it also suffers from weak academia industry collaboration. However, we are using these kind of the meetings and forums to build it more stronger. Then if you look at the general movement from the year-wise, so 1996, we were very small, and the first NC was conceived and brought into the market was from Dr. Reddy's. Balaglitazone 98 is another milestone from the same laboratory. And then 2005, phase 3 clinical trials were conducted in Dr. Reddy's, followed by 2013, Lord Zydus company in Gujarat. They launched Lipagline, so which is a very unique and NC from the India. It's the world's first glitazar. Then again, 2022, they have launched the Desidustat, that is another molecule for CKD patients. And then 24, Archit has entered and out-licensed their compound to FDA, EMA for antimicrobial resistance. And there are more success stories from other sectors also. Because of the slight population, I couldn't capture them. The same story is narrated here in this slide also from 1970 to 1980. One can see government has inducted many good policies to grow to faster movement of the pharma industries. So drug prices capped, local companies begin to make impact. And then third phase was where process development came into the picture, infrastructure creation, and the export initiatives. The fourth phase was involved rapid expansion of domestic market and global recognition and research collaborations. And the fifth phase is also their new IP laws were inducted. Government of India, in collaboration with other countries, they began the discovery research and then the convergence. And there is a huge impact on the global growth in terms of the statistics. If you see, the market size kept on increasing, and financial year 2024 to 25, it was USD $55 billion. The same can also be depicted like this. So pharmacy of the world, we are aiming to become pharmacy of the world. And in terms of the revenue and growth, this chart depicts till 24 chart. It's a very latest and recent one. It has been captured from drugs and pharmaceutical industry India market November 2024. This data is very encouraging. And so you can see, albeit there are some dips in few years, but still it is going, shooting high. So far, the 20 pharmaceutical companies, they have contributed this way. The market capital yearly growth has been mentioned here. So it's a very lucrative and interesting data. The same 20 pharmaceutical companies which have contributed for this revenue generation in crores that is mentioned. So around 50,000 crores is targeted for 2025. So the cost, capital, and power engine for the country, the growth engine, they consist of cost efficiency and economic drivers and the policy support, as well as the increasing investments. So pharma sector attracts at least US $1.5 billion FDI in last 2021. The cycle of statistical impact in pharma is very strong. So improve drug safety and inform policy decisions, minimize waste. Yeah, minimize waste is of course something which should be practiced each and every place, and there should be a commercial implications. The cost of the goods consciousness should be all pervading everywhere. And of course, they can be only practiced until or unless you don't adhere with the ethical values. So this statistic is not just a number. It is a backbone of sustainable pharma. It ensures drugs are safe, research is efficient, policies are informed, and innovation is ethical. And the hidden power growth factors of the innovations, catalyst for innovation, smarter research designs, and reduced resources waste, faster drug development, and bridge between science, maths, and policy, for which we have gathered here on this platform, and sustainability and ethics. India's opportunity, already a global generic leader, and we are aiming to become the same in innovation. This is a crowded slide, but one can quickly see there is a huge difference in few sectors like R&D investment, as already we have mentioned, that India only spends 0.67% as comparison to China, which spends around 2.4%. And so there are some good segments also, and we have the great future potential in terms of the youth, in terms of the intelligentsia, in terms of the learned workforce. The same is here, the production cost, government support, scale of manufacturing, regulatory environment, and raw material availability, environmental norms, positive strengths. So one important thing, message for us as a take-home message is statistical is just behind the scenes. It's the engine that powers safe, ethical, and innovative drug discovery from lab to life. And India's pharma future won't be built on generics alone. It should be amalgamated. It should be mixed with the high-class precision and statistical intelligence and the novel work, innovative work. So I think I am within the time. So I have given space to other speakers.
Thank you.
So
Thank you so
so
much, sir, for your informative and such a nice talk.
Yeah.
And the forum is open for question answer. If any question from the audience. If not, then
Yeah,
we
those-
can continue the discussion in the lunchtime.
Okay, sure.
So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So this is the last talk for this safe first session, technical session. With this, we are concluding this session. You all are welcome for the lunch.
Thank you, sir, for that enlightening session. I would now like to request all the dignitaries to come upon the stage for memento distribution. I'd like to request Professor Dr. Asita Kulshrestha ma'am to present a token of felicitation to Professor Dr. Namita Srivastava ma'am. Now, I'd like to request Professor Dr. Chitralekha ma'am to present a token of felicitation to Dr. Prabhakar Mishra sir. I'd like to request Gunjan ma'am to present a token of felicitation to Professor Dr. V.K. Singh sir. And in the end, Dr. Sangeeta Bajpai ma'am to present a token of felicitation to Brijesh Kumar sir. Thank you everyone. It's now the time we request our esteemed dignitaries and faculty members to move to the VIP lounge for lunch. May we request all our participants to proceed to the
I request Dr. Sangeeta Bajpai ma'am to felicitate Dr. Chitralekha ma'am with a token of appreciation. For session chair.
I'd like to request Pooja ma'am to present a token of felicitation to Prabhakar sir for session chair. Thank you everyone. It's now the time we request our esteemed dignitaries and faculty members to move to the VIP lounge for lunch. May we also request the participants to proceed to the designated dining area behind auditorium. Thank you, everyone.
As we are calling our first speaker who is here, Professor Dr. V.P. Sharma, Professor and Chief Scientist and Adjunct Faculty of Manipal University and Jamia Hamdard University. So please welcome sir to have words with you. Sir, please, dais is yours.
A very good afternoon to each one of you. And sometime there is a benefit of getting the lunch delayed, but sometime it becomes an issue for a presenter to keep the others very active after the lunch period. I take it in both the ways and with a positivity towards the basic point which I can say here, amity and CSIR, Council of Scientific Industrial Research, you might have heard. Before the slides we take up, just 2 or 3 minutes, I will introduce some of the areas which will create interest in you. CSIR is Council of Scientific and Industrial Research. And the foundation day of CSIR falls on 26th of September. That is tomorrow. Today, I am with you with the purpose to link amity and CSIR, which has been happening for last about 3 to 4 decades. from the very inception of MIT, whether it was a Noida campus or any other campus, and even at Lucknow, from CSIR and many of your teachers, your faculty are well connected in the different aspects to CSIR family. When I come to the issue of CSIR MIT, when you pronounce MIT itself, you find a meeting points that what can be the linkages with the sustainability, the aspects of development of people, prosperity and success in the different endeavors. And this topic which I have taken today is on bioplastics and about the sustainable development and strategies towards the circular economy. Why we are thinking about it? When we say about the aspect of circular economy and the aspects coming to the linkages, that what is a growth pattern? You find that the growth pattern is regularly changing toward a positive angle for 2047, which is for Viksit Bharat. अगर हम bilingual हों तो शायद आप लोगों को अच्छा लगे, तो इसलिए हम in the benefit of the audience, I would be bilingual and in between the terms will go. So, next slide. The main point when we think about the SDG is the Sustainable Development Goals. And there are 17 sustainable goals in which water, air, the zero error, how we can link the different aspects of economy and the city's development. 3 P's हमारी लाइफ में बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है और उनका क्लोज कोऑर्डिनेशन है, वो है पॉपुलेशन, पॉवर्टी एंड पॉल्यूशन. और अगर हम इन चीजों को कंट्रोल कर पाए तो हम सस्टेनेबिलिटी की तरफ आसानी से बढ़ सकते हैं. और यहां पर केवल भारत की नहीं बात है, बल्कि पूरे विश्व की बात एक है. और उस एंगल से अगर हम यूएन के बेसिक एसडीजीज गोल्स को ध्यान में रखें तो ये इंपॉर्टेंट होता है कि हम कंजर्वेशन, वाटर कंजर्वेशन की बात कहें, प्योरिटी की बात कहें, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन की बात कहें, वो इंपॉर्टेंट होती है. सो द डेटा कलेक्शन एंड एनालिसिस, केवल जब हम इस तरीके की कॉन्फ्रेंस में हैं जहां पर स्टैटिस्टिक्स की बात है, एंड statistics is important whether you are thinking for demographic changes at any level. The number of vehicles which are there, I was discussing with one of your faculty just now, that we are wanting to have a change towards EVs and others. But at present, if I have to say what selection you will make, अगर आप लोगों से बच्चों से कहा जाए कि कौन सी गाड़ी पसंद करोगे, तो आवाजें कौन कौन सी आएंगी, वो ज्यादातर मैं टाइम को ध्यान में रखते हुए मैं आपकी फीलिंग्स को इंटरप्रेट कर ले रहा हूं. इट मे बी मोस्ट ऑफ द एसयूवीज, और उसमें थार हो सकती है, BMW हो सकती है, जैगुआर हो सकती है, कुछ और. लेकिन इन सारी चीजों के साथ साथ हमें ये ध्यान रखना है कि उसका एवरेज क्या है, एफिशिएंसी क्या है, कवरेज क्या है, उसके फीचर्स क्या हैं. और इसी तरीके से केमिस्ट्री के एंगल में अगर हम किसी केमिकल सिंथेसिस या कंपाउंड की बात करें तो वहां पर इंपॉर्टेंट होता है कि कंपोजिशन क्या है, इंटर रिलेशनशिप क्या है, और उस मार्केटिंग और ब्रांडिंग की बात तो बाद में आएगी. सबसे पहले ये होता है कि हाउ वी कैन टेक द थिंग्स अहेड टुवर्ड्स द डेवलपमेंट. अगर हम और किसी फील्ड, चाहे इकोनॉमिक्स की बात करें, टॉक्सिकोलॉजी की करें, तो डेटा, जब जहां डेटा आएगा वहां पर स्टैटिस्टिक टूल्स की अहमियत अपने आप बढ़ जाती है. और स्टैटिस्टिक्स इसलिए भी इंपॉर्टेंट है क्योंकि अगर आपको कम समय में कन्विंस करना है, डेटा को अपने ऑथेंटिक और रिलायबल बताना है, इट बिकम्स इंपॉर्टेंट. यहां पर हमने, क्योंकि इस पर्टिकुलर सेशन को लिंक किया गया है सस्टेनेबिलिटी से, और बायोप्लास्टिक इज वन ऑफ द एग्जांपल व्हिच वी हैव टेकन. बायोप्लास्टिक कहें, डिग्रेडेबल पॉलीमर्स कहें, बायोडिग्रेडेबल पॉलीमर्स कहें, ऑक्सोडिग्रेडेबल या थर्मोडिग्रेडेबल, जब बात शुरू हुई तो लोगों की जनता में ये सारी बात थी बायोडिग्रेडेबल, लेकिन इंटरनेशनल फिगर्स में या इंटरनेशनल पॉलिसीज में बात आई कि क्या हम ढूंढ रहे हैं, वी आर सर्चिंग फॉर डिग्रेडेबिलिटी फॉर सस्टेनेबल रीजंस और वी आर फोकसिंग ऑन द वर्ड बायो. The answer was no, we are not searching for bio. We are searching for degradability pattern, and thus the issue came up of oxo-degradable and thermodegradable. So, in terms of international scenarios, I can say with confidence amongst you that it is the matter of, can you just, isko bada showcase. Yes, I would request the student to just pay attention for about 15 to 20 minutes.
Classes already leave the session. Otherwise, in between, nobody will leave the session. Okay? During the session, nobody will leave. If you have classes, right now you can go. Otherwise, in between, nobody will leave.
So, what we find that when we are talking about S&T or the recent developments in this scenario, the issues are of bioplastics, they mitigate the systems. What is the mitigation and monitor? Yes, that will be better. I think because of the last minute changes, there were some coordination lacking at this particular hall, but otherwise the arrangements were perfect and they are being made to the perfection depending on the requirements. So when we talk about the problems, they are scenarios of degradability, the mitigation, and when you focus on the word mitigation or management, you have to understand the relevance. The aspect of what is science and technology? It is a very broad term, but how there is a relationship of the statistical tools or the new innovation that in the present scenario, there is an aspect of translational and transformational research. When we say about the scenario, the R&D is focusing on these areas. The other aspects which come to mind at this level is about integration at the different levels and the economic growth or the social well-being, or when we talk about the avenues of health, agriculture, smart cities, innovation in our day-to-day functions, I think it is important to understand that how we can have the new type of smartness and activeness even in agriculture. Now, there is a new term which is coming up, which is called as a precision medicine or precision agriculture. I think from the one of the group or one of the student can just tell me what he understand either from precise medicine or precise agriculture. That I think that's the way how we can have more interaction. Any one of you can just say a word, a sentence on precise medicine or precise agriculture. Anyone has an idea about it? The group who is in the center. All right. If no, I continue in the form which I would like to focus in this particular session, that how accurate and precise you can be is an aspect of quality. And when we have to think about the quality will reflect in terms of accurateness or precision in the action. For example, if a drug has to take or reach the target will be it can be neurons, it can be a particular cardiac system, your pulmonary system, your endocrine system, and others. So similarly, in the agriculture, when a particular pesticide or insecticide is to be reaching into the root area, then we have to focus that it is not being wasted in the foliage and others. So similarly, in your career, you have to be focused, precise, and accurate to get the best outcome in the years to come. In the present scenario, India is fortunate to have the age group, which is maximum active group, is between the 25 to 45. And thus, we can really cherish about the developments. When we have to see about the aspect of chemical interactions and the emerging issues, there are issues like what type of technology is needed. The technology should be cost effective, viable, and understandable, and it should be easily operational at the site. When we have to say about the issues related to it, it can be land degradation and marine pollution or others, or even the different type of ecosystems. When we have to see about the implication of our pollutants, they can reach to the far target organs and far reaching areas. So we have to focus that how we can make it more effective in the years to come. When the smart, active, and intelligent packaging comes up, it is the bioplastics which are considered as the top because they are very, very viable, cost effective, and as you were hearing in the earlier session, that in the northeast or in the different plains, we are finding that lot of waste is being generated. Can we convert that waste into wealth? I think answer is yes. So taking the aspect of stability and much more accuracy in a cost-effective manner, we can understand how this technological upgradation can be taken up. When we focus about the issue of the industry, the interactions between the different ends or the finances source, it is not just the finances from your pocket, but now we are relying on the external funding or the behavioral changes there that we want to have the support from the NABARD, from the Banking Institute of Rural Development and so forth. So what I want to say, the total system of science and R&D or innovation, the different type of advancement which we have been seeing in CSI in last 5 to 6 decades, not only in one lab, but in 37 labs, or in ICR, DST, DBT, in medical fraternity, there is a need of a highly skilled manpower, and thus there is a creation of new job avenues. Another important point is about the AI, big data, and others, which has a close coordination with the statistical tools. So, if I have to see the options in this particular sector, the corn web, the sugarcane, and these avenues are the materials which we can get from the waste to the wealth condition to make a sustainable development at the global level. And these things will be involving drones, data interpretation, planning in a real terms, and also how we can take up the new activities in a targeted manner or in a phase-wise manner so that the development fruits can be shared between all the beneficiaries. Coming to the next, the agriculture or the sustainability issues are interrelated, and we find that the pictures is not just the pictures, but it tells you the wonderful story of progress behind it and lot of labor. Slowly and slowly, instead of labor intensive, we are making technology intensive. And the technology intensive will help at now the next responsibility is to have the technology at a minimum cost and effective nature. When we have to see about this, we have to find what can be the best eco design or environmental friendly designs and the process efficiency so that the auditing or even the critical analysis can go in a successful manner. This takes to the aspect of economy understood in the better terms so that the complete loop of the circular economy is covered in a harmonized manner. And we find here that it leads to the strategic outlook and your plan and vision. And there is a damning story of management which says PDCA concept. The first alphabet is plan, do, check, and act. Whatever you plan, you do accordingly, and whatever you do, it should be regularly monitored and managed. That means checked continuously for the best results. And this is, so the path of 2025 and beyond is interesting, and it fosters a great responsibility on each one of you for the learning at the global levels, involving the aims and objective, mission of Amity University, or the vision of the university, so that you can imbibe yourself in the right direction for the best education, and also taking the benefit of employment and others, because everyone either wants to have the settlement through a particular organization built up, or setting a particular base or organization in itself. So sometimes the group of persons is not just important. It is what type of thinking, what type of approach, what type of the entrepreneurship or innovation is being thought of, which will lead to the success, and this stems toward the growth at the higher level. So the SMT has to take a different form. So with these, because of the limitation of the time and already the session is delayed, so I thought how to club in a very, very sophisticated and harmonized manner. At the last, at the corner, you find everyone wants to have a cozy living area and with a lot of comfort. So we don't think about AC and what is the carbon footprint, but we want, reality is, we want to travel by air. We want to have ACs at home, the cushioning at end, and the minimum travel, the maximum benefit with good type of food, but the food selection also has a coordination with the carbon footprint. So we have to understand what to eat, what to do, and what to really understand in the better way. So thank you, and wish you all the best in all the coming years so that you can have a very, very bright future. Thank you. Thank you to the organizers and all the wonderful team who is here, awake at this particular point, even after the lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was truly an enlightening session. We would also like to add that Sir VP Sharma is a professor and chief scientist at CSIR IITR Lucknow and an adjunct faculty at Manipal University and Jamia Hamdard University. Since 1987, Professor Sharma has contributed extensively in regulatory toxicology, polymer toxicology, water quality management, and good laboratory practices (GLP) under OECD standards. Sir has authored over 110 publications, 35 book chapters, and completed more than 150 sponsored and consultancy projects. Sir also has numerous accolades to his name. They include the BRPM Gold Medal and the Healthcare Excellence Award by Indus Foundation. He has also contributed as an expert for Indian Pharmacopoeia Guidelines and National Regulatory Committee. Thank you, sir. We'd also like to introduce the session chair for our session, Dr. Alpna Srivastava, ma'am, and our coordinator, ma'am, Dr. Neha Gupta. Up next, we welcome our new session with Dr. Monalisha Patnaik, ma'am, Professor and Head of Department of Statistics at Sambalpur University, Odisha. Ma'am has contributed significantly to statistical education, research guidance, and mentoring students. Professor Patnaik has published widely and is known for her expertise in applied and theoretical statistics. So with a huge round of applause, please welcome Professor Dr. Monalisha Patnaik.
Ma'am, you are not audible properly. Hello. No, ma'am, it's not audible, ma'am.
Not audible? Hello? 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 Is it audible? Is it audible now? Hello?
Hello.
Is it audible now?
Ma'am, we are just testing it, ma'am. Just a minute. Give us a minute.
Okay, okay.
Hello, 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 mic testing. Hello.